gotta make a name for myself here.
Kind of right at the end of the intro there. Welcome back to the OCA Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Randy.
Hello.
And Reese.
Hi there. Am I really here?
Hello. Oh, hey, he's not muted. He's not muted. This isn't a drill. All right, cool. Jumping right in. If you guys like to support the OCA Podcast, that's not how we do it. There it is. Make this the active window before jumping over to the next tab. If you would like to support the OCA Podcast, head over to ocapodcast.com/support or drop a super chat. I would be okay with that as well. Or whatever the Twitch equivalent is. You guys can donate to us directly this way. There's also Patreon, the Anime Collector Patreon, subscribe, start a copy, and indirectly through our affiliate links. We really appreciate it. Every dollar that comes our way makes this less red. And we are racist against the color red, so help us in our ethnic cleansing of debt, right? All right, off to a great start.
Off to a great start. It looks like that. Yeah, green is good. Speaking of green.
Speaking of the green we love, Greenline has put out another video. I will now invite you to watch it.
After the podcast.
Yeah. Oh, dear Lord.
About the trash fire that was Lazarus that nobody here on the podcast except for me watched. So,
yep. All right. So, we're going to jump right in. Just a heads up, this is going to be one of those weird podcasts where we just kind of like catch up on a lot of shit. So, it's going to be a weird one. Airport in Japan still reporting loss of tourists after manga's disaster prediction. This is from August. Just a heads up. I've been sitting on it for a while. The prediction came and went, but the effects are still there. Earlier this year, we reported on the recent hoopla surrounding manga author Ryo Tatsuki, who claimed to dream about the future. Her 1997 book, The Future I Saw, became popular sometime after the Great Tohoku earthquake in March 2011. Because an illustration on the cover mentions a huge disaster in the same month and year. A follow-up publication was also released with an updated prediction that another major catastrophe was set to happen in July 2025. Though known for a while in Japan, word of the manga eventually reached the shores of Hong Kong and spread rapidly there. As a result, there was a significant decrease in the number of tourists flying into Japan from Hong Kong, doing the Lord's work, manga author from 1995 or whatever. A drop that was felt most in the rural parts of the country. While Japan made it through July relatively unscathed, believers of the manga could still claim a win in the form of a massive earthquake that hit on the 30th of July just north of Japan off the coast of Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula. Regardless of whether that could be seen as a correct prediction or not, the fact remains that July is over, so the figurative coast ought to be relatively clear. However, in a city council meeting on the 25th of August, Takamatsu City, Kagawa Prefecture heard from Takamatsu Airport that the number of passengers from Hong Kong in August have not recovered, and none of the flights that were removed prior to July have been added back to the schedule. While Hong Kong was considered the center of the manga's popularity, effects could also be seen from the neighboring countries like South Korea and Taiwan as well. Online comments about the news expressed surprise that the manga had such an effect, and some wondered if there were other possible reasons for the drop in visitors. Quote, I totally forgot about that thing. Someone made a profit by predicting a disaster without any basis. The affected businesses have a right to seek compensation. Come on. People in big cities may be tired of tourists, but rural areas need them the most. The decline in tourists from China wasn't because of the manga, but the economic decline from the real estate bubble. Maybe Japan simply lost its appeal. Maybe it's a good thing that numbers calm down for a while. Probably because it's too hot. They'll come when it cools down a bit. Just because the prediction was wrong doesn't mean there's no risk of a disaster. Takamatsu Airport said it would work on promotions and initiatives to lure back tourism to the area. That sounds predatory. However, as the last comment pointed out, it's hard to enthusiastically say that there's absolutely no danger of a natural disaster in Japan either. Luckily, I studied advertising and marketing from the pages of Wikipedia extensively and would like to offer up my own tourism campaign for Takamatsu City based on my expertise that's both fair and exciting. Come to Takamatsu! You probably won't die! In the sense that your chances of dying here are more or less the same as a lot of other places with similar proximities to tectonic plate activity. So what are you waiting for? Book a trip today. If that doesn't bring them back, nothing will. All right. So we covered this previously and about the disaster prediction and how it slowed down the tourism. I have this as well. It's a little after July, but Japan has revised their 30-year probability rate of the Nankai Trough megaquake. A government panel has said that it now thinks a huge earthquake will occur along the Nankai Trough with a probability of 60 to 94.5% or higher within the next 30 years. It's like, a little more than half or possibly a certainty. You know, like in a report issued Friday, the Earthquake Research Committee widened the probability range for a magnitude 8 to 9 earthquake. I think the Tohoku earthquake from 2011 was a 9.0 magnitude. Occurring off the country's Pacific coast from around 80% it had previously announced. Wait a minute. Oh, they widened the private probability. So they previously said, it's around 80%. It's like, it could be 60 to 100 now. Like, give or take 20, right? Oh, no. The change is due to the unreliabilities in the past ground uplift data from Muroto Port in Kochi Prefecture and non-constant plate strain accumulation. Quote, as an actual earthquake is an unpredictable natural phenomenon, but we can't clearly say when it will happen. It may be more than 30 years away, but may come within a year. Wow. Jesus. All right, we're going to end it there.
What's the odds for California?
I don't know.
Aren't they due for like a big one?
We haven't had a big one since like the Big Bear one.
Aren't they? Like, you mean us?
Yeah.
Me and AC?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie to you, AC. Like we get them, and I barely notice it sometimes. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, we had them when we did. Like what?
Yeah. Well, Southern California gets worse ones than Northern. Okay. Japan airline flights delayed 18 hours after another pilot drinking incident. That's funny. Tokyo, 3 recent Japan airline flights from Hawaii to Japan were delayed, 2 by around 18 hours after a pilot in command was found to have drunk alcohol, the carrier said on September 3rd, the latest in a series of similar scandals to plague the airline. The captain was scheduled to fly from Honolulu to Chubu Centrair International Airport in central Japan on August 28th, but called in sick on the day of the flight and admitted to drinking alcohol the day before at a hotel, according to the airline. JAL found an alternative pilot, but the flight, in addition to 2 others bound for Haneda Airport in Tokyo, were delayed, affecting 630 passengers in total. The Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism visited the airline's head office in Tokyo to conduct an investigation on September 3rd. The latest incident comes after JAL was issued with a business improvement order in December following alcohol-related problems involving the carrier's employees. In April 2024, a JAL captain was warned by local police for disruptive behavior while drunk at his hotel in the United States. Then, in December, 2 pilots scheduled to fly from Melbourne, Australia to Japan failed pre-flight alcohol tests, delaying the departure of the flight. In January 2025, Japan Airlines submitted to the Transport Ministry measures to prevent a repeat of similar incidents, including creating a list of employees it believes have a history of excessive drinking to monitor their behavior. Wow. Okay. Off to a great start today, huh? Anybody got pickups?
I don't, thank God, right? They're like, no, not again, Greenline, please, no.
I have a pickup. It is the exclusive Amazon Day 5 edition of Silent Hill F.
Oh, day 10? Cool, awesome.
Yeah. It took them that long to freaking get it to me. And my favorite thing about what happened when I addressed it with them is they said, we do our best to hit the window outlined here. Use this link to go see when we told you to be there. And it came 2 days before that. So it's like, on the one hand, I shouldn't be complaining because at least it got here early. But on the other hand, fuck you. Try to placate me by saying, oh, yes, we know that the release date was last week, but we try to hit the window. We pride ourselves on getting it to you at the exact date we disappointed you with, right? And even still, they fucked up. We'll probably talk about it a little bit more tonight, so I won't bore you with it right now. In terms of pickups on the Discord, Randy, you picked up Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2.
Yes.
Now with more Yoshi.
Yeah, it's mostly the same game as the Wii versions, but there are slight graphical improvements. And I think they added something about the first game had like Rosalina like having this like picture book or something that you could look through. I don't really remember much about it, but they added it to the second game as well. So it's kind of annoying that they released it like this, because they released a few years ago, they released the 35th anniversary like collector's thing where they put Super Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and Mario Galaxy on one cartridge. And it was a limited release, so they said they were only going to put it out for like that year, and then they removed it from store shelves, and now you can't get it anymore.
Wow.
And they even took it off. No, they took it off the
they did?
digital store as well. But now they're releasing this, and it's like, okay, so now I have to essentially re-buy Galaxy One in order to get this one. You can buy them digitally separate. So if I only wanted number 2, I could buy it digitally.
But that's some bullshit.
Yeah, but I wanted it physical, so
all right.
I double dipped.
You also got yourself a Game Boy.
I did. A Lego Game Boy. I haven't built it, but it looks pretty cool. It looks like 1-1 to a Game Boy is as pretty close as it could get, I think. There's some issue with the
Sitting
sound.
right on top of the mountain there, huh?
The text for above the screen, it says something blah blah blah, like enhanced sound or stereo sound, and they like made it not even, which is kind of annoying. And their justification was that the original has an issue with that as well. It's not fully straight, but I don't care. It still looks odd. Looks like it looks more of a mistake on the Lego than it does it on the actual Game Boys.
It's partially because they put it on a plate that has a, like a split.
Yeah.
2 plates.
2 separate plates.
Yeah.
Like it draws your eye to how off-centered it is even more.
Yeah. But other than that, it looks really good, and I look forward to building it.
Reese, you picked up Freerun Beyond Journey's End Part 2.
Yep, I did.
All right. And Riv, you picked up the PS5 Pac-Man World Repack 2. and Sonic Racing Cross Worlds.
I think it's Pac-Man World 2 repack.
Whatever. You also got Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2. And Who Framed Roger Rabbit 25th Anniversary Blu-ray DVD combo. Nice. Reese, you want to take care of the thing? Never mind, I got it faster than you. I'm so much faster. 3, 2, 6. Right? Is that right? I think that's right. All right, cool. Moon past this. Finally, I want to know what happened here. So we're finally just going to throw it in the dock and cover it. Japan chain stops rice ball sales after the staff fake the expiry dates. The Japanese convenience store chain...
Hold on. Before you continue, I just want to say, if ever there was an excuse for 4 kids calling rice balls donuts, it would be that picture. That looks like a jelly-filled donut to me.
That is a donut. What are you talking about? I'm the blind one. I can see that's a donut. Brock was right.
All right. The Japanese convenience store chain has suspended the sale of rice balls or onigiri and other deli items at 1,600 stores after it found that staff had faked their expiry dates. Staff at some stores extended expiry dates by not sticking labels on the dishes until an hour or two after they were prepared. An hour.
Only
so
extending it 1 hour?
Are you
What?
fucking serious?
1 hour?
Are you goddamn kidding me? The expiry date? See, in my head, I'm thinking like, oh, they're already expired. Just put a new sticker on it.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
as
what I'm
in,
thinking.
like, they're good until the end of the week on Friday. It's Saturday. Just put another
Just add
one
a
on.
couple-
They're
just
good another
just add a
week.
couple more days on there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, seriously. Oh, they're good another hour. It's like, yeah, they are. Like, get over yourself, right? Like,
1 freaking hour? What the?
an hour or two after they were prepared. Others relabeled. Okay, there we go. Others relabeled the items with false dates after they were put on sale. Mini Stop found.
An hour and 2 would be significant if it's like yogurt that's not properly refrigerated. You know.
I mean, anything that's perishable that's not properly refrigerated would
Yeah,
be
but that's what I'm saying. Like, so if there's like sushi, right? Like
Yeah.
raw sushi, and they don't really have it properly like they don't have a refrigeration section, so they have it on the counter, and then they're like, okay, this is good for like an hour as like a thing you could pick up on the counter, but like after 2 or 3 hours, you don't really want to be buying that sushi, right?
Look, all I'm saying is Japan's having a shortage of rice. Don't let it go to waste by tossing it in the trash just because somebody didn't want to have it an hour later. You know, like
Rice is actually bad for like if you leave it on the counter. There's apparently some like bacteria that can grow on it and
well,
lead
weirdly, my wife can't have rice unless it's been made and then refrigerated overnight.
Yeah, so that's something else.
Yeah.
The refrigerating wheat products can like break down the carbohydrate,
Mhm.
and then be better for people who have issues with that kind of thing. But like just in general, if you leave rice out, it'll grow this bacteria and lead to what's called I think it's called like fried rice syndrome or something. And it's like just a funny name they've labeled basically food poisoning when you eat old rice that's been sitting out too long. So it's my understanding is the recommendation is don't eat rice that's been sitting on the counter for more than like 2 or 3 hours.
Huh. It sounds kind of
Unrefrigerated, obviously.
it sounds kind of like Chinese related, right? Fried rice syndrome, like General Tso's fried rice syndrome or something.
I mean, double check that fried rice.
I'd have
syndrome.
rice with chicken for supper.
Mm.
Yes, that is.
Make sure that it's you ate it an hour ago instead of right now. Right?
I am correct. It is called fried rice syndrome.
Okay. So the misconduct was reported at 23 stores across the country, including in major cities like Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka. The chain has paused onigiri sales at most of its outlets since the 9th of August, and on Monday extended the pause to other deli items for an emergency investigation. Quote, "We sincerely apologize for the significant inconvenience caused to our customers who have supported Ministop's handmade onigiri and handmade bento boxes," the company said in a statement on Monday. "Customers have not reported any health issues so far," it added. "Convenience stores, or konbini, are part of daily life in Japan, where people, especially commuters, stop by for affordable and filling meals and in last-minute groceries and banking errands. Onigiri is popular among customers who want grab-and-go meals, as the rice balls are easy to carry, wrapped in nori or dried seaweed, and filled with protein like tuna salad or cod eggs. Ministop operates more than 1,800 stores in Japan. Its focus on fresh food with hot meals prepared on site sets it apart from the larger chains." Huh. Wow. I can't believe we waited all this time to cover all these, and they were all terrible. All
Who
right.
do you have to blame for this? You.
It could be a whole podcast of these. I don't know. It's good. There's a lot of unvetted stuff in here. We're looking for the diamond in the rough.
We froze.
In the rock.
I'm stuck.
Yeah, it's freezing a couple times.
I am not asking you to do that much. Can you please? For fuck's sake. Okay, there it is. No, God damn it. All right. Presuming those opened in the correct order. Yay. All right, cool. All right. The Art of Star Wars: A New Hope, the manga by Hisao Tamaki, has 11 days left. If you haven't gotten it and you want it, then go ahead and get it, I guess. Baka? I don't know. All right. Also, something didn't open. This should have gone here. Great job. Berserk, the board game, is going to launch tomorrow. I've been sitting on this for months because it's just been a campaign preview for all this time. I actually have here. I have something I can pull in here to show you.
So do they like? I don't know how I feel about these board games because I mean it's a Kickstarter, it's a crowdfunded one, but a lot of these like board games based off of like anime and manga are kind of lame. Terrible. But yeah,
I saw I neglected to purchase the One Piece board game. I saw at Barnes and Noble the other day. I told myself, you will never play this. Look at how cool the packaging is for this Mega Man game that I will never play.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way with this Berserk game. It's like the pieces and the game is sick as fuck. But like, am I gonna play this? Like, who will I get to play this with? You have to play in person. I'm not gonna like. Are we all gonna buy this board game and play on like?
Yes,
we are. Discord?
Yes.
Oh, we are. Okay. This is what we're doing.
It looks really good. I guarantee that the actual print won't look this good.
Yeah.
Right? Look at all the guts and shit on the ground, and the guts and shit on the foreground and background as well. So much guts. All right. Anyway, so there's guts. The other characters are Farnese,
blood and guts.
Serpico.
None of the characters I give a shit about because they're all from the
Shirke. You don't like Shirke? I thought she quickly became best girl in the series.
Yeah, she's kind of cool, but she's the only one who's cool.
Yeah.
Is it just because of male leave? It was just her in the dub.
It's because
Huh?
why?
Mela
was
Lee
it?
voices her.
I don't know who that is.
She voices Ren in the Fate series.
I could give two shits.
No, it's because she's like, I don't know, like soft spoken. I guess I don't fucking know.
Ooh.
Oh well, okay. I'll buy it for that. That
Yeah,
piece
let's
alone,
say.
I will buy.
Zoom and enhance.
Hold on, I have to hold your damn horses. Wow, look at how good her face looks.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
dog shit. Hopefully these won't look like. See, where's my Casca piece? Where's my fucking Griffith piece? Oh yeah, it's a board game featured after the events of, like, after all the good shit happened.
You don't need those. Zod and Zod's apostle form. Grunbeld and Grunbeld's apostle form. Ganishka. Kundalini. Nice. Yes, give me Slan.
Those are all the penis she's cut off below her.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
why didn't they give her a subtitle on that Whore Princess of the Uterine Sea?
Yeah.
Like they had what's his name, skilled swordsman. It was like slime. Swordsman's like, come on.
None of these have it. Just Serpico had that? God, my shoulder is fucking killing me right now. Cheeky swordsman. Witch of the Spirit Tree. Yeah, you're right. Skilled duelist. Witch in training? And the black swordsman. He's black, all right. All right. Cool. So that's it. That's coming out tomorrow if you guys are interested.
Greenline buying a Casca piece. Like, here's your Casca piece, but it comes with a penalty. Move half as fast across the board.
Yeah.
Move what?
Move half as fast across the board when you join.
No, it'd be like move like not even half as fast. It'd be like move half as fast and like move in random directions.
Go straight to Eclipse. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200.
Unless Dutch is on the board. Don't. It's like,
We need to, okay. Monopoly card. Go straight to the Eclipse, like an actual on a T-shirt.
Get out of Eclipse free card.
No, go to jail, and instead it says go to Eclipse, do not collect 200 coins or something, whatever. I think that'd be funny.
Okay.
so you're back.
We'll workshop it.
So
right.
we're buying this, yeah.
These are in the wrong order, so we're just gonna go ahead and close all these. Let's start over.
So we're all buying the board game. Is that what we're doing?
Go ahead.
No. That's a no. Like, yeah, sure,
you're fast
shifty
on that.
eyes.
I'm trying to close these tabs. That's a great look for me.
It is. It
Nice.
is. It's when you said sure. Yeah, that's like,
Thumbnail.
you're buying the board game, right?
Wow. Fucking kill me. Ah! Why didn't I had so much time. Why didn't I just restart
this
the
is
computer
what happens.
before?
The board game knew you weren't gonna buy it, and so it's like, fuck you.
Lord. All right, let's try this again. All right. Man, we could have missed a lot of good stuff if I hadn't noticed that we weren't supposed to go directly to theater news. All right. Controversial Suk-yeol Yoon train cartoon to return at Bucheon International Comics Festival after 3 years. Cartoon became flashpoint of political controversy when it was first exhibited in 2022. Kim Jong trolley problem, right? Like the satirical cartoon Suk-yeol Yoon Train, which sparked controversy in 2022 for his portrayal of former Korean President Yoon, and his wife, will return to public exhibition at the Bucheon International Comics Festival for the first time in 3 years. The Korea Manhwa Contents Agency announced on September 3rd that the 28th at Bucheon International Comics Festival will take place from September 26th to 28th at the Korea Manhwa Museum in Bucheon. This year's program includes a special showcase of past winners from the Student Comics Competition featuring works from 2021 to 2025. Among them is the 2022 Gold Prize winner, Suk-yeol Yoon Train. You can tell me what it means? Like, the cartoon depicts a train with Yoon's face at the end, piloted by a figure widely interpreted as his wife, Kim Kyun-hee. Passengers inside the train include prosecutors wielding swords, while startled citizens appear to flee from its path. Oh.
I like this new interpretation of Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how I work this into the show. Like, all right. When the cartoon was first displayed at the 2022 Bucheon International Comics Festival, it became a flashpoint of political controversy. The Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism issued a stern warning to the agency, withdrew sponsorship recognition, and significantly reduced government subsidies. As a result, the work was excluded from exhibitions for the past 2 years. The reinstatement marks the cartoon's first public display since the suspension. Suk-yeol Yoon declared martial law on December 4, 2024. Yoon cited opposition party resistance to his governance as the reason for the declaration. Following the declaration, President Yoon attempted to abolish the National Assembly and arrest opposition lawmakers and media figures. He was impeached earlier this year. Damn. Now you're the train. All right, wow. So far, none of these have been worth it. Haneda Airport security inspector. This is in the wrong spot. Boom. Akihabara maids gather to splash water at Tokyo Shrine in annual uchimizu event. Traditional and modern Japanese culture mix at Kanda Shrine. Summer is always a hot and humid time in Japan, and so the country has a number of traditional ways to deal with the heat. On the fashion front, there's the kimono, a type of yukata made with lighter fabric and worn with fewer layers. For sweets fans, cafes and snack stands across the country serve up bowls of shaved ice, and there's a practice of uchimizu. Hold on. I was always under the impression that the yukata was the lighter, fewer, like, layers version of the kimono.
That's my understanding.
Did it not just say that it's the opposite way? On the fashion front, there's the kimono. So this is the traditional ways to deal with the heat. On the fashion front, there's the kimono, a type of yukata made with lighter fabric and worn with fewer layers. Googling it, kimono versus yukata. All right. Yeah, they fucked up.
Maybe AI wrote it.
I mean, it looks almost identical in this image here. Here. Oh my God, just kill me. There it is. Okay. So the kimono has this extra piece of fabric, that extra piece of fabric, the obidome, and the yukata is like less, right? Bare feet.
Yeah, I've always
geisha.
wondered the differences. Like I felt like a dumbass for like the longest time for being like, aren't those the same thing? No, they're not. It's like, okay, they're not the same thing. And it makes sense. Like, yeah, there
Well,
are.
when you look at the top one, you're like, yep, they're the same thing.
Right, yeah.
Now they basically are the same thing. There's just one of them has an extra couple layers to it, you know.
I feel like yukatas are more flamboyant too, but I could be wrong. Like more colorful and more like
more.
Whereas a kimono, and I don't just mean those two photos. Like I do think that like kimonos are like not bland, but like more.
No, generally kimonos are supposed to have like crazy patterns and stuff.
Okay.
So I would disagree with that.
Okay. No, that's fair.
But the only thing I can think of, clearly they're wrong about which ones like has more layers. The only thing about the lightness is maybe they meant like it's a lighter material, so it's like made of silk as opposed to a yukata might be made out of like a cotton or something.
The kimono is the national dress of Japan. There are various types of kimonos, each with its own ranks. For example, the uchikake at wedding ceremonies is formal attire for special occasions only. On the other hand, most casual kimono is yukata. When summer comes around, yukata is worn by people at fireworks events and summer festivals. On this occasion, we will introduce the yukata. You might also like to look at types of characteristics of kimonos for reference, blah, blah. The origins of the yukata are said to be yucho, which was a yukata worn in the Asuka period, and the yukatabira, which is worn during the Heian period. It was a garment made of linen and worn by the nobility to avoid steam burns when taking a steam bath. In the Edo period, public baths in cotton became widespread, and people began to wear them after bathing like bathrobes. Following this, it was worn as sleepwear until Western clothes grew in prominence. Currently, people may have a yukata for after their bath or other yukata used for going out. As the yukata is worn in the hot summer, thin, breathable cotton, linen, and cotton/linen blends are often chosen. They do not have a lining. Recently, yukata made of polyester are often seen. This material is highly colorful, water absorbent, and quick drying. Silk, cotton, and wool are often used for kimono, as the grade is determined by the way the fabric is dyed, woven, and patterned. Each has its own rules for use. So it sounds like we are correct that they are incorrect, and it is the yukata worn during summer with lighter fabric and fewer layers, right?
Yeah.
All right, so for sweets fans, cafes and snack stands across the country serve up bowls of shaved ice, and then there's the practice of uchimizu, translating loosely to splashing water. Uchimizu, mizu being the Japanese word for water, is a custom in which water is sprinkled on pavement or cobblestone on hot days in order to cool down the immediate area. With roots thought to stretch back to the late 15th, early 16th centuries, uchimizu has an old school aura to it and is customarily done by pouring or ladling water from a bucket without using pressurized hoses or other modern equipment. As such, it's a natural match for places with traditional aesthetics like shrines, including downtown Tokyo's Kanda Shrine. Of course, with Kanda Shrine also being the closest major shrine to the city's anime/video game neighborhood of Akihabara, an influx of otaku culture isn't out of the question either. Last Saturday, Kanda Shrine, also known as Kanda Myojin, held Uchimizu Girls Gathering, an annual event in which representatives of maid cafes and other themed restaurants in the Akihabara area assemble at the shrine for an uchimizu session. This year, participants from 17 different shops and restaurants participated, spreading water and good cheer, calling out Suzushiku Nare, become cool. Psh, psh, become cool. Like, it's just
I'm
a
wearing a
variant-
t-shirt with an ice cube on it. I'm cool AF, bro.
a variant of the Oishikunare, become delicious. Command often given by maids to food as it's served to customers at their cafes. Among those taking part were maids Renachi and Chiakyan from At Home Cafe, one of Akihabara's most popular maid cafes, which is now celebrating its 20th year anniversary. So, does uchimizu actually make the environment cooler? Before the water splashing, the ground temperature at the shrine was measured at 38 degrees Celsius or 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit. And once uchimizu was done, it had dropped all the way down to 31 degrees. That's a pretty significant difference, but it's not clear if that effect extends beyond the sections of pavement that were directly moistened or how long it lasts. However, the primary goals of the event are to raise awareness of environmental issues and to bolster a sense of connectedness within the local community. And with a positive reaction from participants and shrine visitors, the Maid Uchimizu event looks to have been a success and one that'll be coming back again next year. Wow. I'm just moving this to the... Oh my god, kill me with this lag. All right, moving it off screen so I remember to put that in the doc. Okay. Haneda Airport security inspector arrested for stealing cash from luggage. Man, what is happening in Japan? Suspect claimed to do it for the thrill. You don't understand. It excites me. Like
The Lupin or something.
When traveling by plane, we put a lot of faith in the people who operate the airports and aircrafts that get us where we need to go. Extensive security has been put in place to prevent people from bringing dangerous items aboard flights, but it begs the question of who is inspecting the inspectors. Hello, Cool 2T. I bet you could just buy the thing and then you could use them for that. We probably take it for granted that an airport like Haneda, which was named the third best airport in the world for 2025. It's like, who's number 107? LAX, right? Like, has a whole system of safeguards to prevent inspectors from abusing their authority when we surrender our belongings, putting bags and other items in trays and on the conveyor belt in order to pass through the security checkpoint. But even if it does, it is not infallible, as we learned with the arrest of one of their baggage inspectors. The incident occurred on the 13th of September when 21-year-old Ryo Matsumoto was working as an inspector and seemingly organizing someone's luggage. However, what he was really doing was reaching into a tray containing a passenger's money and pocketing about $613 US in cash. When his shift ended, he attempted to stuff the ill-gotten money in a toilet paper roll in the stall of an employee restroom. It would seem that he had suspected the heat was on him because shortly after he was arrested for the theft. When questioned by police, he said he had stolen other people's cash for the thrill of possibly getting caught. Matsumoto added that he had done similar thefts 70 or 80 times since August, stealing about 1.5 million yen, $10,000 in total. Bro, you had one go get you more than $500, but it took you 70 or 80 instances to get 10,000? What were you stealing, like a penny here, a penny there? Then you worked your way up to quarters. Then it's just like, fuck it, just take the whole wad of cash. You know, that was the bait.
You got too cheeky this time.
Yeah. Police are currently looking into claims to see if they can charge him with any further thefts as well. Comments online expressed a mix of emotions, including surprise that such a thing could happen in Japan, and helplessness that there wasn't much choice but to temporarily hand over valuables while boarding on planes. Quote, "It always bothers me when they tell me to put my wallet on the conveyor belt. Come to think of it, I probably wouldn't have noticed if someone pocketed a bill while I changed money." Re-stealing of a criminal? Huh? I have to hand over my wallet at airports. What can I do if the inspector is a thief? I heard this can happen overseas, but in Japan too? He must have tried it once and got a taste for it. No, he tried it 80 times, you dumbass. Like, beyond the theft, he's really damaging people's trust in the airport. He should be punished for that as well. Off with his head. Ultimately, it's up to the airport to provide reliable baggage inspectors, and there's no foolproof way to prevent such a theft. Still, keeping all of your valuables together, including passports in a zippered or buttoned pouch, can make them less tempting to unscrupulous inspectors, as they'd be too attention-drawing and inconvenient. Also, timing the trays so that either you or a companion can keep an eye on them at all times will help. It just goes to show that you can never be too careful, no matter where you're flying to or from. Or you just stuff the fucking cash in your pocket and then walk through the metal detector like a normal person. Like, sir, is that a wad of cash in your pocket? Yes. Like,
No, I'm really happy to see you.
all right. Oh no. Is this the how do I phrase this? Some child stars age gracefully. Others do not. Game of Thrones has a disproportionate amount who did not age gracefully. How about that? Is that a kind way of saying it? Sophie Turner has been cast as Lara Croft in Amazon's long-delayed Phoebe Waller-Bridge Tomb Raider series. I can't believe they're still fucking making it. Like, to be honest. Now, last time we covered this, it was hysterical because rumors suggested that she cried on set of X-Men when they took away her vape for her to do her lines or something. I've decided I don't even want to read this because I don't give a shit at all. But I will share this one, which was removed by a moderator. That's fantastic. Good thing I archived it. Somebody posted this on Reddit. Yet another role that would have been perfect for Hunter Schafer given to a cis girl. Pretty sure this is AI generated. That's probably not how she's going to look in the show. I am disappointed Danny DeVito wasn't considered to be cast as Lara Croft. I feel so triggered. I'd watch it. All right, let's move past this. I don't want to talk about this. This is lame. All right, in streaming news, we've got some wonderful things to talk about. Number one, Crunchyroll lost another license.
Yeah, this one's weird.
Your Name, UHD, HD, and SD is available for pre-order digitally via G-Kids on Amazon. Weird. There you go. That's that.
I don't know why they would just give up that license. That's so, like, I don't know what's going on over there.
I don't know if they had a choice. Couldn't renew it. You know,
possibly, yeah.
G-Kids has a better relationship with Comics Wave these days, you know?
No, but how did Crunchyroll get Suzume?
Well, they had Your Name, and then they had Weathering with You, and then they had Suzume.
G-Kids had Weathering with You.
Did they?
Yes.
I don't know.
And then G-Kids picked up the rest of the catalog, and Suzume went to Crunchyroll for some reason.
Much significantly more interesting news. Japanese program features the struggles of an M cup bust woman. M.
Naruto.
M.
Meanwhile, the men watching are also having struggles of their own in their pain.
What happens when you get all the way to Z?
I don't
Like-
think there is a Z.
Double Z? Triple Z? Right. M is like halfway through the alphabet, so. A Japanese variety program recently spotlighted a woman with an M cup, 130 centimeter bust, sparking conversation online about the burdens that come with extreme proportions, from a childhood bullying and school avoidance to workplace discomfort as an adult. A segment on Japanese television has ignited chatter after featuring Miss Mizusawa, a pseudonym, a woman dealing with the challenges of an unusually large bust. According to the program, she has an M cup chest size measuring 130 centimeters, and her life has been shaped by it since elementary school. How fucking big were they in elementary?
She
Are
probably
you
had
fucking
C.
for real?
She probably had C's at 12 years old.
Did she inspire Aiken? Like, did they make that show about her? She recalled that by 5th grade, she was already a D cup. Mamma mia. Oh my God.
But Your Honor, just look at it. I'm not condoning this whatsoever. I'm just saying that was a joke in my head that just popped in. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It was funny. Let's just go on.
Do I need to show you the sign? All right. She recalled that by 5th grade, she was already a D cup, which combined with being a fast runner, oh no, should have been a point of pride. Oh no. Instead, she began to dread sports. She began to dread sports events because her chest made running embarrassing and painful. Things worsened in junior high, where male classmates mocked her relentlessly. In an attempt to hide her body, she began wrapping her chest with cloth bandages and even taping down with gaffer tape, extreme measures that eventually drove her into truancy. Today, Mizusawa works as a dental hygienist.
Randy's dreams come true.
I think that's the best job for her. Nice pillows.
I mean, she could have been a JAV star.
Nah, at a certain point, it just gets too big to be like.
I
There are
agree.
JAVM cups.
I totally agree. I'm just saying that there are freaks out there. Okay. Correspondence chess is a thing. Maybe you can play other board games that way. What? 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 They lost those at Crunchyroll. Most Japanese can get up to K cups. Most? All right. Do you mean the most Japanese can get to is K? M is unheard of? I don't.
I've seen O.
Oh God. She's a dental hygienist, but the issues haven't vanished. She explained that leaning over patients during procedures often causes her chest to brush against them, creating constant embarrassment and stress.
Often? Only often. Not all the time. Just often.
The Japanese have such great facial expressions.
Karen guys like this is the.
Is
best
this her in
movie
middle
ever.
school? Yeah, D Kapu. No one will notice. It did nothing. It did nothing but make it harder to breathe. Wow. This is what she said in response to learning about the to being a part of. Oh, I'm just gonna let Abema TV film my whole week. What? And they put it on TV? Like, what? Did I miss some text here? No, like, this is what she said in response to learning about the TV program. I've been getting messages from people around me saying I'm being picked up in articles on Abema and other places. LOL. Of course, I expected opinions like, so in the end, you're just using your complex as a tool now. When I first decided on this path of activity, I definitely struggled and resisted the idea. It might sound exaggerated, but I finally feel like I'm actually living my own life now. I'm grateful that people found me, and without places where I can do this work or people who support me, none of it would be possible. I've been really supported emotionally by that. Even if I look cheerful, the words I was told since childhood about my body, my chest, my appearance, they still remain deeply rooted and will never fully disappear. But little by little, I'm managing to live facing forward. Thank you. Wow. Her Twitter account is dedicated to sharing photos of herself in various outfits.
Oh.
Wow. Well, there you go. There you go. You know what else the Japanese have on TV? The greatest TV program ever. Let us...
We still haven't covered this.
No, I've been sitting on it all this time, waiting for the appropriate time.
How fast does someone need to go to lift a woman's skirt? These people are testing if a scene from a cartoon can work in real life. First, a track athlete gives it a try. He's way too slow to lift the skirt. Next, they try with a motorcycle. Even at 37 miles per hour, the motorcycle wasn't fast enough. So, finally, they attempt with a sports car. For safety, they replace the woman with a mannequin. In the end, the sports car traveling at 60 miles per hour succeeds in the challenge.
Yay! Although it wasn't the actual girl, bummer.
That guy was living his best life.
Yeah.
I signed up for.
Oh yes, I agree. Mega Mug says, I like K-Cups. Nice coffee. All right. Oh. Oh
Yeah,
God.
I like the top comment. I love the top, all that effort, and they use it
Frozen.
down
There
there.
it is.
You like go back? Yeah, did you see the top comment?
I didn't.
All that effort, and they use a dummy. I feel cheated.
Where's that music coming from?
Sorry, that's me, or my roommate, more specific. Why I'm muted. What? I'll close my door.
All right, here we go into theater release news. We're not even an hour into the podcast yet somehow. Amazing.
Where were we last week at this time?
In Greenline's pickups.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure pickup started at like an hour and a half.
I don't remember what we talked about last week. Oh no, we talked about digital ID. Right? All right. Kill Bill Films Extended Director's Cut gets first wide release in December. Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair features exclusive second production IG animated sequence. So previously there was only one?
Yeah.
Oh. Fuck. I saw this movie once, and that was enough. I saw it the same night that I saw The Punisher.
Did you see the second one?
I liked the second one a lot, but I did not like the first movie that much.
Huh.
It just seemed like gratuitously violent without any like driving need for the violence. It just seemed like
You sound like you don't like movies.
it seemed like masturbatory violent rather than, substantively violent. Anyway, so it's gonna have. Has the director's cut been released before?
It was screened at film festivals and stuff,
Hmm.
but never physically or wide release.
I'd like to see the James Rolfe cut where he cut both movies into one.
That's what this is.
No. He cut the movies down so that they're an hour and a half or so, but it's both movies as one film instead of, and he like did a lot of stuff to it. Screenings will be available from both 70 millimeter and 35 millimeter prints. 247 minutes. 4 hours. 4 hours combined cut of Kill Bill Volume 1 and Volume 2.
Still shorter than Return of the King Extended Edition.
Yep. Production IG added 7 more minutes of animation, which Tarantino incorporated his extended version. December 5th. Fuck. I don't even know who I would go see this with. Like, I don't want to take my family. You know what I mean? Like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
All right,
kids
anyway.
would be wanting to get out, or they wouldn't want to be in there. Obviously, you
No.
don't want to show your kids.
I saw it as a kid. I don't need my kids to see it as a kid.
Yeah.
All right. All right. This is impossible to get in the right order, apparently. So we're just going to have to go one fucking link at a time.
I'm gonna go check on dinner. I'll be right back.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle has passed $600 million worldwide. So it has blown through the worldwide box office of Mugen Train, but it has yet to defeat Mugen Train in the Japanese market. Anyway. And I opened it a second time. Good job, me.
We could talk about it again.
Or we could skip talking about it again. How about that? All right. Japan box office. Chainsaw Man, the movie Reze Arc, stays at number 1 in the second weekend. So it is first place, followed by Demon Slayer. Exit 8's hanging in there. Hyaku-M.
I will also be right back.
Oh my God, you guys. Greenline's muted because of his roommate. Reese is muted because he left. Randy left as well. All right. So, in perhaps the biggest mistake of my life, I will go see this in 3D. Chainsaw Man, the movie Reze Arc, is coming to theaters in 3D. The worldwide phenomenon returns with an original movie exclusively in theaters October 24th. So close you could almost touch them. They also released a new visual of Reze. Looking very flat-chested, Reze. Yes, it is probably stereo composited in 3D. If I go see this in theaters, I will probably take a buddy who worked as a stereo compositor on movies like Titanic and Transformers. And that would be an interesting way to handle the process of doing a first impressions. All right. You guys picked a disastrous time to leave. Death Stranding anime film reveals teaser trailer and main staff. Death Stranding Mosquito is the working title. It is full CGI. It doesn't look terrible, but it also doesn't look great. There it is. Looks like it was made to be viewed on a MacBook screen. They're calling it Mosquito because the black guy's got a proboscis. That's it. That's the thing. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do about it. Like, it looks like it would make a tolerable short. It does not look like it would make an engaging movie. And everybody else is gone, so we're just going to have to move past it. Thank God. Okay. So Trump has announced the 100% movie tariff on foreign-made films in a move that will devastate Disney. So this is actually old news, but all of a sudden it's like relevant because it's like going to go into effect. He Truth Socialed it a week ago. So President Donald J. Trump made waves this morning by announcing a 100% tariff on all movies produced outside the United States. This Trump movie tariff, framed as a way to bring the movie business back to American soil, could have the largest impact on Disney, Hollywood's biggest player, and one that has increasingly shifted its production to the United Kingdom. The order was delivered with trademark Trump flair on Truth Social Monday morning, saying, quote, "Our movie-making business has been stolen from the United States of America by other countries, just like stealing candy from a baby. California, with its weak and incompetent governor, has been particularly hard hit. Therefore, in order to solve this long-time, never-ending problem, I will be imposing a 100% tariff on any and all movies that are made outside of the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again." So when you tariff 100%, does that mean I'm taking 100% of your profits, or I'm doubling the cost of your film in terms of like ticket prices and stuff, right? Randy.
Oh. Rennie said.
Sorry, I was muted. I don't know
100%
actually.
tariff. That's got to mean like whatever your normal cost is, now it's going to be double, right? Or
Presumably it would be how much they charge the cinemas to show it, right?
yeah. So the cost per ticket will now be double.
Ticket
right?
cost. Well, the ticket cost has other things built into it, right? It's not 100% going towards the movie. So they charge the cinema a certain amount, and then the cinema charges the customer a certain amount. So I would assume the part that's going to get tariffed is only the part that the distributors are charging the cinema, and then that would get passed down. But I don't think it would completely double the cost, but it would
I've
obviously
always operated under the assumption that the cinema makes $0 from the ticket sales, and that 100% of their revenue actually comes from concession stand purchases, and that's why they're overpriced as hell.
I'm not sure.
So anyway,
I would assume, like, do they charge the same amount of money? Because, like, all of the tickets are usually always the same amount of money, right? So do they charge? Do studios just say, like, we don't care what movie it is, but just give us the sales numbers, I guess? Or do, like, Avengers cost more for theaters and they kind of just eat it? I'm not sure.
It's a good question. I'm not really sure. So if this is going to affect all movies made outside the United States, then theoretically that means that, Chainsaw Man, obviously Demon Slayer and all that, had they come out after this, will now be double the cost, right? See, because this is the big issue I see with this, is that, as I've expressed before, when I grew up and graduated from film school, everybody that I knew moved to Canada because the tax incentives for movies were currently at that time in Canada. For a long time, they were in New Zealand, then they were in Canada, then they were in London and whatnot, and they keep moving around, and they'll literally make movies that take place in New York City, like Avengers, but they'll do it in Vancouver because it costs them less money on the back end because they get a tax incentive to not have to pay as much in taxation when they film it there instead of in the United States, right? So the idea that Trump is attempting here is to make it disadvantageous to go outside of the United States to make the same movie and instead do it inside the United States, right? And obviously, just so we're clear, the benefit that other countries are getting in setting this up is that it's kind of the same as like tourism, right? If you have to make a $200 million movie and you're going to make it in Montreal or Vancouver or something, you're going to not only make the movie there and film there, but you're going to bring a bunch of people to Canada who are going to have to live there for a good chunk of time. You're also going to hire extras and local artists and whatnot and actors and things just to fill your scene because it's cheaper. So therefore you're paying them a salary with money that came from an American economy and then gets siphoned into the Canadian economy, right? And so the idea that Trump is putting forth is like, take away that incentive, reverse that incentive. So now it's actually a cost detriment to film the movies outside of the United States and instead do it back in the United States where that money circulates among our communities, right? But the big problem with this is that if you are trying to create an incentive to buy tickets to see an American film over a foreign film, but the American films are woke and still suck ass, then all that's really going to happen is that the foreign films are just going to make twice as much money, right, at the box office. Right? It's visually going to look that way, right, as you spend more to go see them because they aren't garbage, right? For Disney, which has poured billions into overseas studios, this new policy is a direct hit. The company recently moved a number of Marvel productions out of Georgia and into the UK, lured by the lucrative tax credits and incentives offered at Pinewood and Shepperton. It also relocated production of some animated films into Canada. The irony that what Disney saw as a cost saver could soon become a financial disaster if tariffs double the effective price. But they put those films back into the American market. Disney has made no secret of its global ambitions. Caroline Reed of Forbes recently reported that the company pocketed billions in foreign incentives for producing films abroad. In fact, Disney is now one of the largest investors in UK film infrastructure, spending heavily on to secure space at Pinewood Studios. Marvel blockbusters like Deadpool and Wolverine, and non-blockbusters like Fantastic Four: The First Steps, ouch, are part of this overseas pivot. Disney recently finished filming the massive budget Avengers Doomsday in the UK as well. Ooh. I didn't cover it, but I saw an article that Park Place wrote saying something to the effect of Disney's recent movies have all lost around $690 million or something like that. I was like, Jesus Christ. How long can we stay on this path before it gets before it starts to show the cracks in the industry, you know?
So sorry I was away for a majority of this. Has there been anything said about like what effect it has on foreign films?
Well, the foreign made films are going to cost double, is what it sounds like. At the theater. I don't know.
Anime movie.
Yeah. So I'm speculating that yes, it's gonna double the ticket admission price for anime films, but I don't know that that's gonna carry over to the home video market. If it does, like, whole shit, we're fucked. You know, like.
So, from what I remember, because he said this months ago, that he was going to do this, when that happened the first time, people said like there's a law that says that he's not allowed to do this. And so I could see him making some type of tax like penalty if you rely on other countries' tax credits.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't see him legitimately tariffing imports because of the law that says literally you can't do that. The other thing is movies like Demon Slayer, they're fully made in another country. They're not like an American company making it in another country to like get around, like, you know, to shop for a best for them, right? So I think
you're hoping that it's just the American companies that move overseas.
I think that would be ideal. I think that would be ideal if the tariff goal is exclusively to stop people from having tax incentives, draw them out of the American market. And I think it would be beneficial if America just made it the most lucrative place to film movies so that even overseas people would start filming here instead of us going there, right? Now, granted, obviously the reason that we can't do that is because the cost of living is so high in America compared to a lot of other places where we go to film movies, especially in New Zealand. But it would be a better move that you make it like the reason people are leaving and filming outside of America is because it's more, you know, the incentive is there, right? I don't think that you correct that incentive by simply making it like a punishment. Like, oh, you're going to go take the easy way out? Well, we're going to erase the benefit by doubling the cost of your film. I don't think that that's a good way to win people back. You know what I mean? Because that's like a heavy-handed approach rather than doing it the right way. Also, I just realized I never. Oh no, I am on the correct mic. Nice.
Well,
okay.
I think that a lot of the taxes that you get for, or like the tax incentives and stuff, are done at the state level.
Mhm.
So for like California, a lot of the stuff a lot of the red tape is, the state that Trump wouldn't have an ability to help with. So it's not like he can set a policy that says, if you make your movie in America, it's going to be somehow cheaper.
But what did he call him? Weak and incompetent governor of California could do that, right?
Yeah.
So how would like a movie that requires like international?
Yeah.
Places.
Like if you made the Mummy today, you got to film it partially at least in the desert. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I don't know. I think it's probably a nuanced thing, and it's probably more about tax incentives, like filming a movie that is supposed to take place in New York, in Montreal, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make sense. You know? I'm not sure. Let's keep reading and see what it says. Disney's outsourcing isn't limited to live action blockbusters. The company has also shifted major portions of its animation pipeline to Canada. Okay, sorry. I read into that a little too much. Opening a new studio in Vancouver that is now handling high-profile projects. Again, Canadian dollar versus American dollar. New Zealand dollar versus American dollar, right? Like, you can get the same stuff done for less money. Like, that's why they're doing this. If Trump really wanted to do something about it, he would end the fucking Fed. Like, get rid of the Federal Reserve. And then the dollar won't be bogged down by quantitative easing and all the bullshit we pull. Reports confirm that the blockbuster animated film Moana 2's production had been moved north of the border, costing California, quote, hundreds of millions in lost economic activity. The Vancouver branch isn't a small outpost. Disney has staffed it with over 100 employees and tied it directly to its animated theatrical releases. This means that under Trump's 100% tariff, even animated features could face penalties if deemed foreign made. What was once Disney's most iconic American in-house division, Walt Disney Animation, now risks being swept up in the same trade net as Marvel's live-action films shot in London. In short, Disney has not only exported its superheroes, but its princesses too, making the studio uniquely vulnerable compared to competitors who have kept their animation units closer to home. This Trump movie tariff means that every movie primarily shot outside U.S. borders, including Disney films, could face a crippling surcharge. That raises the question, will Disney bring production back to Georgia, California, or other American states, or double down and fight the administration in court? Either way, the company's global strategy has been thrown into chaos. When you say that's it, JT, are you talking about the hundreds of millions that California lost out on? Chaos. Why is Disney more exposed than its rivals? The answer lies in the extraordinary sums of money the company has secured from British and European governments. Reports indicate that Disney has reaped well over $20 billion in foreign incentives in recent years by anchoring productions overseas. In 2024, the company committed to investing in another $5 billion into the UK and European productions, cementing its reliance on tax breaks outside the United States. Those incentives have effectively subsidized Disney's most expensive films, lowering production costs and boosting margins. But if Trump's 100% tariff becomes reality, the math collapses. A $200 million movie, a Marvel movie that once enjoyed foreign tax rebates, could suddenly face a tariff doubling its American distribution costs. Honestly, this is apocalyptic for Disney, because if you did this right before Avengers Endgame or whatever, that's the final one, right? If you did this right before that, people still would have gone to see it. Nobody would have been like, it costs double the money, I don't want to see it anymore. No, they would have gone. But now you've got nothing good in the pipeline. Nothing. Nobody wants to see these fucking movies. You're going to cost double? It's like, well, then it's an easy answer. I'm going to watch something else, you know?
Mm-hmm. Maybe they'll actually start fixing, like, they'll just actually start making movies that everybody actually wants to go see again. Instead of trying
that
to
is the goal, isn't it?
Instead of trying to alienate half the audience.
Yeah. And the question is, when you do this kind of stuff, it's like, and we're going to look at something in games news, but it's like, if you can weaken an industry enough, can you just buy it? You know what I mean? Like, it really puts you in a position. So a $200 million Marvel movie that once enjoyed foreign tax rebates could suddenly face a tariff, doubling its American distribution costs. What was once a clever financial maneuver would become a liability overnight. While Disney may feel the sting the most, other studios are far from safe. Warner Brothers operates Leavesden Studios in the UK, where Harry Potter and DC films have been produced. Universal uses extensive overseas locations for franchises like Fast and Furious and Jurassic World. Paramount shoots action films and Mission Impossible installments across Europe and Asia. Sony regularly films Spider-Man entries in London and other global hubs. Netflix invested heavily in foreign production to diversify its content slate, making it highly exposed. I wonder how that would work. If you're a streaming thing, how do you tariff that? How does that cost get in there? Like, if anybody watches any foreign-made stuff, you owe the government their ticket price or whatever, their subscription costs.
I assume it's just a tax on the license fee that
I guess. But like, if you produce it, like they made a show a while ago called Lilyhammer that took place in like Finland or whatever, you know what I mean? Or like I forget where it was, Switzerland or Norway. I want to say Norway. Yeah. Final answer, right? I don't know. But yeah, they did Lilyhammer. They do a bunch of K-dramas. They do anime production.
Well, I mean, a lot of Netflix's are like, they're licensing it. They're producing it because like they're producing it, but like they're just paying a local, like
studio,
a local, yeah,
of course.
So that maybe would get tariffed.
I just don't understand how that's gonna.
It's pretty complicated.
Yeah.
But like the law saying that you can't do it is kind of his biggest impedance right now.
Yeah, we'll see. In short, nearly every major Hollywood player has turned to overseas filming, but Disney, thanks to its aggressive UK move, has the most at stake. Trump didn't just target studios. He also put Governor Gavin Newsom in his sights. California's runaway production problem has plagued the state for decades, with TV and film projects fleeing to Canada, the UK, and other tax-friendly markets. Trump laid blame squarely on Newsom's feet, portraying him as too weak to defend California's historic dominance in entertainment, while the industry's flagship studio, Disney, so heavily involved in overseas productions, with the industry's flagship studio, Disney, so heavily involved in overseas productions, the criticism is bound to resonate. Here's where things could get complicated. Tariffs are usually applied to tangible goods, steel, electronics, cars, not intangible works of art. How exactly do you tax a movie that was partly made in Atlanta, partly shot in London, and finished with VFX in Vancouver? Trade lawyers are already pointing out potential roadblocks. Defining foreign made, would a film qualify as foreign even if even 30% of its production was overseas? Or does it have to be entirely shot outside the US? Yeah, like, for example, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but you do a movie and one single scene, like the whole, let's say the movie's goal, it's like a teen comedy or something, and the goal of the protagonist is to vacation in Paris, and then the final scene is them in Paris showing that they got there, right? You know what I mean?
Well, even Star Wars, although I mean Star Wars was a little bit odd because it was an American. No, it was an American company.
You film in outer space, but that's a great question. What if you filmed a horror movie on the ISS? How does that tariff work?
It was an American company filming in the UK for the most part, but there were like at least the one scene in Africa, right? The beginning bit with Luke at his aunt and uncle's, that's filmed in Africa, I think, or somewhere else. It wasn't in the UK. Maybe it was South America, but anyway. So like most of it was shot in the UK, but like there's one or two scenes that weren't, right? Like, okay, does that count? Assuming, let's just ignore the UK part and just assume that all the UK stuff was shot in America. Does that one or two scenes qualify you for now a foreign movie?
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of this is just him just saying
posturing.
bullshit and then
100%.
hoping to get something out of it and not actually.
He's threatening so that they'll come to the table, and then this is the big ask, right? Totally.
Because it's so much work to figure out all of the little tiny things, right?
Yeah. In Canada, they had a law for a while that I think it was like 30% or something.
It's still on the books. Yeah, it's 30%, 33% or something has to be
of productions on television in Canada have to be Canadian productions. Yeah. Right. And so that's why Ocean Group got formed, because a workaround to having a Canadian production was to dub a non-Canadian production into English using Canadian voice actors and a Canadian studio, which is how Ocean Group got popular, right?
Yeah.
So in that situation, they were able to call it a Canadian production by doing a portion of it there. So that's why it feels like there's a little bit of wiggle room potentially in this stuff.
And that is a nightmare too for Canadians, to prove that you're Canadian enough. You know, like potentially, like this podcast has 2 Canadians on it. Is that enough to count as a third? You know, sometimes there's guest people on here. Do those count as like offsetting the third? The fact that the account is US based, like your main account that you stream to YouTube on. So like,
and technically when I was a kid, I went to Canada, and when I came back, I didn't have my passport, and they told me that I was illegally immigrating. But because I looked enough like my brother, who did have his passport, they let me through. And so technically,
you're actually a stolen Canadian baby.
Technically, this channel is owned by an American citizen who's also an illegal immigrant from Canada. So therefore, if it does become an issue, you can pull that card out of your back pocket, and now you're good, because effectively we've tipped over the scale, because even when Footnam's not here, now there's a 50% Canadian presence by virtue of my sordid past at the border, right?
There you go.
All right. Here's the other roadblocks. Hybrid productions. Modern blockbusters are made across dozens of countries. Enforcement would require splitting hairs over what counts as domestic versus foreign. World Trade Organization and trade law. Slapping 100% tariff on films could invite legal challenges from the World Trade Organization or trigger retaliation from allies like the UK and Canada. Distribution loopholes. Studios might simply route films through American subsidiaries or claim domestic finishing to skirt penalties. All of these would be acceptable. Like, as long as more money comes to the United States, that's kind of all he really wants, right? In short, Trump's move is bold, but implementation may prove messy. That doesn't mean the threat isn't real, just that the fight could play out in courts and trade tribunals as much as in movie theaters. Who is this short guy? For years, Hollywood has outsourced production to chase subsidies abroad. Now, President Trump has slammed on the brakes with a sweeping policy that could reshape the industry overnight. Disney, with billions already tied up in the United Kingdom, stands to lose the most. Whether this brings jobs back to California and Georgia or sparks a bruising trade war remains to be seen. But one thing is certain, the battle over Hollywood's future is just beginning. I don't know. I really only care about the battle of Funimation and Crunchyroll and Discotek and Sentai, right? Especially considering the anime laws in Texas. All right. In anime news. Don't fucking fail me. Don't open in the incorrect order. Not that it matters that much. We're making incredible time, by the way.
Cool.
All right.
I like that.
Rising of the Shield Hero Season 5 anime announced. I have lost the plot on this show.
Yeah, is it really, is it really worth 5 seasons? Like, I hate to sound like a douche, but like, I feel like 4 was enough, maybe 3 was enough, but it's like season 5.
And no Billy Kametz, do we even care? Right? Like,
yeah.
Moon past it.
Like, people care about Raftali, and I guess enough of her merch sells, so.
I just think that they peaked at
More
season 1.
Shield Hero. Yeah.
I became a legend after my 10-year long Last Stand anime adaptation announced for 2026. The premise of this story sounds pretty hysterical. With no other options, Luck makes the choice to hold the line against the unending demonic hordes alone, to make sure his comrades can escape with their lives. However, through a combination of fortune, skill, and ingenuity, he holds that line for 10 straight years, eventually coming out on top single-handedly. Now, he has to tackle the dilemma of how to occupy himself in a world where he holds a myriad of roles, that of a legend, that of a veteran, and that of a brand new face. It just reminds me of like a video game where like you've got like millions of enemies, right? But by being really careful, taking them out one at a time, right? Like you just eventually knock out all the foes to the point where the map doesn't respawn any of them or whatever, right? And it's like, well, handled that, only took 10 years, you know? All right. Moving past that, Kindergarten Wars TV anime adaptation announced. Whoa. Welcome to Kindergarten.
You're gonna go down for a nap before I make you go down for a nap.
Yeah. Welcome to Kindergarten Noir, an exclusive school catering to children of the global elite. Rita, one of the teachers, has been on the hunt for a boyfriend, but has had absolutely zero luck so far. One day, an assassin comes after one of the children, and he's totally dreamy. Dive into this action-packed rom-com as it unfolds inside the world's safest kindergarten.
I wasn't expecting that to be the plot.
Me neither. It doesn't sound nearly as fun anymore.
It does to me. I think that sounds hilarious.
All right. Apprentice nail artist in a foreign land anime adaptation announced. We have I can't wait to like Star Wars barista reincarnated in a world without coffee.
We are scraping the bottom of the barrel with these fucking man.
A shoujo fantasy that brings readers into the magical world of nail art. Keiko Sahara, an office worker whose hobby is designing cute gel nails, is sent to a world where people's magic abilities come from their nail art. After a magic nail artist notices her ability, she becomes his apprentice. Jesus. Like, Marriage Toxin anime adaptation announced for 2026. Assassin meets marriage swindler, the ultimate duo on the toughest mission for love. As a deadly assassin from the Poison Clan, Garo swears he'll never settle down. That is until the family orders his sister to produce the Poison Clan's next heir. Refusing to let his sister abandon her chance at true love with her girlfriend, Garo desperately turns to marriage swindler Mei Kinosaki for relationship advice. Can Kinosaki turn this trained killer into a charming husband-to-be? What the fuck?
I'm confused. What? Can you read that again? I didn't. Like,
sounds like he realized.
I thought she was gay. Like,
yeah,
right?
his sister wants to have a girlfriend, and so he's like, "Well, I guess I'm gonna have to get a bitch pregnant."
Oh, so it's
I don't
two of my
understand.
least favorite tropes.
I'm so confused. Hanaori-san wa Tensei Shite mo Kenka ga Shitai anime adaptation announced for 2026. This is just fucking weird. The story follows a demon king and a hero who are reincarnated into a peaceful world. The former, the demon king, as a professional NEET, and the latter, the hero, as a high school girl. Past animosity soon become present affections between them. Fucking weird. Fucking weird, right? Dusk Beyond the End of the World has 4 new cast members. We only really care about one of them. Boom. Damn, with a whip and everything?
Nice. Although the calf muscle, geez, sticking out there.
Also, tune in to the Midnight Heart anime has Lemonando, fashionable AF, and a giant compared to everybody else. Oh. Why is she so big?
She's a huge baby.
As the prophecy that the Prince of Arabia or Walmart will own Disney. Oh. Okay. One Punch Man Season 3 has a trailer. I bet you can't guess what's not in the trailer. More than 2 frames, right? No, there's like
PNG slideshow.
Yeah. Yeah, this fan trailer looks great. Can't wait for the real thing.
Look at this animation. Barely anything is happening each scene.
That, to be fair, that animation was okay.
Yeah.
Of her yelling at him.
Yeah, it's the most animated.
No, but look at how much of this is just translated across the screen. Like the eyeball right here. Like Black
sperm.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough watch.
People be like, "Oh, One Punch Man can't get worse after watching season 2. Well, it got worse than season 2.
Look at that. Look at the animation on this.
People are gonna look at season 2 and be like, "I'm so sorry, I treated you so poorly."
I thought season 2 was awesome, but I only watched the Blu-ray cut. All right. We're all concerned. Moving past it. Don the Don anime censors Vomola's sci-fi inspired bodysuit. This has a ton of like extra context in it we're not going to look at. I just wanted to show you this image so you could see the manga coloring. Before we read this article instead. Don the Don has become the next target for censorship, as the currently airing anime had a female character's bodysuit modified to cover more skin. Yet another instance of female beauty being deemed as sinful. Oh, fuck. All right. I willed it away.
Too much alcohol.
In Don the Don, episode 24, the anime replaced skin-revealing parts of Vomola's sci-fi bodysuit with pink patches. These parts of the legs, right? Fans point out it's especially odd since the show already includes attempted sexual assault scenes and full nudity elsewhere. In the manga,
that is odd.
Her suit includes exposed skin zones that were meant to heighten her alien physiology and her boldness. What makes the move especially baffling is that the more explicit content remains untouched in the show. Attempted sexual assaults on Momo and full nudity from Gigi are shown without alteration. No one from Science Saru Shueisha or Don Don creator Yukinobu Tatsu has publicly explained the change. Meanwhile, fans are asking, why patch one outfit when everything else stays the same? If you're going to censor, do it across the board or don't bother. There you go. That could have taken an hour. Instead, it took 5 seconds.
Yeah. It's kind of weird because it's like there's certain things even like back from like 10, 15 years ago that have been like bizarrely censored, and you're like, why did you censor that but not this other thing in this, in the show? Like I remember like for example, like, and it's a bizarre example, but like in Naruto, he's got the sexy jutsu.
Sexy no jutsu, yep.
And but in later episodes they like censor it to where he's like wearing like a revealing outfit instead for his sexy jutsu, and it's like, why?
I think because when it started, it was trying to get an audience, and then when it had an audience, kids are watching this. You know,
it's like, we gotta censor it now, despite the fact that we're gonna let kids watch Demon Slayer now, and spill their guts out and stuff. But God forbid we have a mildly nude.
The world doesn't care about violence; they only care about titties. All right, Dragon Quest 7 reimagined, predictably censored. Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined, a remake of the original RPG, has gone down the predictable route of censorship, and the so-called modern audience targeted title has censored the outfit of one of the sexy heroines, a fate that often befalls remakes and remasters. A Twitter user shared a concerning tweet from Square Enix PR guy and also revealed that the remake censors a female character's outfit. For anyone who remembers the original Dragon Quest VII, it was long, almost too long. This new reimagined version has been built from the ground up with a completely reworked story that makes it so much easier to tackle. Can't wait to share more. This game is really special. So they're pointing out that in the original one, she had like underwear shaped bottoms, and now she's got shorts. Wow. Truly the biggest travesty of modern times.
It's pretty simple.
The trailer for the screenshot was taken from the moment okay, no, I don't care about that. For over a decade, remasters and remakes of beloved titles have been suffering at the hands of censorship, whether it be softening language to avoid offending people or changing a female character's outfit to be less sexy. The current era has shown that developers only care about political correctness as opposed to creativity. The censorship has gotten so bad that even Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii has been calling it out. Wow. Damn. All right, moving past that.
I will say before we move past it,
too late.
that it is a sign of things to come, right? Like the game's not out, and this is already one thing. So on its own, it's probably not that big of a deal. But
Yeah.
when it starts, when it's a
I love that the
an
selling
omen.
point is, man, the original game was so long. This one won't be. We're giving you less content. Aren't you excited? Like,
That's a selling point.
yeah, that was the selling point. That's what he. That was the PR guy saying the old game was so long, maybe too long. This one won't be.
Oh, okay.
Easier to tackle, I said.
Well, I mean, some things are like padded for no reason.
Sure,
Like,
but I don't think that's what happened here. Dragon Quest VII was long, almost too long. The new reimagined version has been built from the ground up with a completely reworked story that makes it much easier to tackle. That's a selling point. Fuck.
Well, like for example, the Wind Waker remake did have that as a selling feature, right? They're like, listen, we know everyone hates the Triforce quest at the end of the game. We've reworked it in the remake so that it's not a big grueling task at the end of the game to go get all the Triforce pieces. So
all 3 of them.
No, there's
it was like shattered, right?
Yeah, it was shattered.
Yeah.
Also, I don't like
that was such a pain. I was playing Silent Hill F, and my son was watching, and he's like, "A Triforce!" I'm like, "Oh God!" I'm like, "The Triforce is an ancient Japanese symbol." Like, let me explain everything, young man. It's not all Zelda references. Anyway.
So what do you think's better? For some reason, I don't know if it's a StreamYard issue or if it's a VTuber issue, VTube Studio issue, but you see my head?
I see that you're enormous,
off?
yes.
All right,
very
so
big.
if we go to this, it fixes itself, right?
I see.
And that's because my window is basically in a 4:3 aspect ratio right now. Now, that's not normally how I have it. Normally, I have it as like a widescreen.
Do you need to send me that background and I can make it have a little bit more to the top? Oh, no, because it's animated. I could add a little bit more to the bottom for you.
No, that's not the problem. See, look, because I can move my character and make myself smaller. Like,
there you go.
needing the background's not the issue. The issue is, in every podcast before this one, it would take the camera feed, and then when we go into this view, it would fill it, and now it's fitting it.
Oh,
like I used to not have to change anything; it would just crop in.
That might be because there's no Footnum on the call.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe let's call it, tell him it's his fault, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's either VTube Studio changed how they do it, or StreamYard has changed how they do it. Anyway, my question is, what is better, the black bars, or go like this and then shrink myself?
Yeah, shrink yourself.
And then when we go back here, it's like this.
Yeah, can't be bigger than me. All right.
Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now.
All right, iOS. Oh, goddamn lag. iOS rejects Twinkle Star Nights, even after redrawing all the sexy art. DMM's Twinkle Star Nights, a Japanese turn-based gacha RPG, has been blocked from updating on iOS, even though the devs redrew every single sexy illustration flagged by Apple. The message is blunt. Redesigning isn't enough when censorship standards shift under your feet. DMM's Twinkle Star Nights, developed under its ex-Noah arm, has found itself in limbo on the iOS App Store. The game has been uncontroversial and fully operational on iOS since November 2023, But earlier this summer, Apple suddenly refused to approve its latest update. Even after the devs replaced every illustration and animation that had been flagged, the build was still rejected. The saga began in August when Apple blocked updates following a review flagging issues in new art assets. DMM responded by redrawing all Star Knight characters imagery they believed was problematic and submitted a new version on September 24th. They were told, however, that the problem now extended to all metadata released since the game's launch, and every illustration, description, and animation in the game could be under scrutiny. A public statement from ex-Noah apologized to the player base and asked iOS users to use the cloud version of the game as a stopgap. Meanwhile, they're now attempting to negotiate further with Apple's review team, promising more revisions across the entire game's assets and metadata. The whole controversy exposes how fragile a game's access to its audience can be when censorious companies can uproot standards at will. Even if you abide by the rules, redraw every risque artwork, you might still fail. It's not just censorship, it's content by decree. Meanwhile, there it is. Okay. The First Descendant developers say that sex appeal is an art form. The creators of The First Descendant argued that incorporating sex appeal is treated as an art form, explaining it's not random fan service, but carefully refined around base concepts. They also disclosed that crossover IPs must match their sense of speed and action to qualify for collaboration. When Nexon's The First Descendant announced a Bayonetta crossover ahead of its November launch, the development team used the chance to open up about how they approach sexy character design and what they demand from collaborating brands. Producer Byung-Joon Lee and director Min-Suk Ju told GameSpark that beyond popularity, a partner's IP must share The First Descendant's strong sense of speed and action to count as a viable crossover. The devs went further. They argued that sex appeal in their games is not a marketing afterthought, but something they treat like fine art. They use the bunny descendant skin as a case study. The original concept was simply a fast runner with a rabbit motif. From there, the visual team refined it in incredible detail, choosing which parts to reveal and which to omit. Don't show the face, but keep the outfit revealing. Every subtle cut, seam, and fold is intentional. In other words, what might look like gratuitous lewdness is often the product of a calibrated vision. Their process isn't about random nudity, it's about visual balance and thematic alignments with the game's speed/motion DNA. Nobody cares about that. Show us the titties, right? Sometimes I wonder if the nudes from back in like the fine art, like you sculpt the naked figure, and it's like there's nothing more beautiful than the human form, so we paint all these nude women and men and sculpt all these nude women and men, and it's like in reality we're like the Renaissance gooners, just like making the Playboys of its day, right? The museums were filled with the art, but it was really just like a peep show.
Yeah.
Blizzard bets on sex appeal with Overwatch 2 x Persona 5 collab.
And if Footnote was here, he'd be able to tell you that, Persona 5 collabs. Now, this isn't like confirmed. This is just like, what do you call it? A superstition, so to speak. But like, when anything gets like a Persona 5 collab, it means it's at the end of its life.
Oh, really?
It's like, yeah, a lot of Persona 5 collabs, like they
get fucked Overwatch.
They get axed, not like a year or 6 months after that collab happens.
Is it because the Persona 5 characters are so alluring that people go and play that game instead?
Perhaps. Decent collabs. I mean, they look decent compared to like fucking
Renaissance Schooner merch.
I'm here for it. Absolute cinema.
Upon realizing the steadily declining performance of Overwatch 2, Blizzard has seemingly decided that sexy female designs are no longer offensive, as a Persona collaboration that dresses the female characters in sexy Persona skins has arrived.
Like, let's not pretend like your entire brand was built off of the fucking fan porn that people
Seriously.
make.
Announced via Twitter, various Overwatch 2 characters have acquired skins that make them look like characters from Persona 5. You can play as Diva not in a machine?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not like you can pick. It's when you start playing, you are in the mech, and then when you get hit down to 0 health, you get kicked out of the mech, and then you get like a second life essentially as mini Diva, where she's just running around with a gun. And if you pull off enough where you can get an ultimate, you can use your ultimate to bring back the mech.
Wow.
Although she's really easy to kill, so usually she just dies.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's it.
They do look nice, but like a lot of the more recent collabs that they've done have just kind of like muddied the whole brand.
Seb says Persona 5 is almost 10 years old.
It's kind of, I don't know if they're like looking at Fortnite and saying, well, if Fortnite can do it, why can't we?
Mm-hmm.
But like Fortnite was never built off of like their own brand characters, right? They were built off of like garbage, like I'm the tomato head guy, So
I'm Cheese Wedge Head.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, when you start adding all of these like anime and cartoon characters into it, it's like, okay, cool, I'll play as the thing I know. But when you built your whole game around the character design and character story, to start throwing in all of these other characters it's kind of clashing.
In other news, any second now. There we go. Stellar Blade outfit censored after all. God damn it. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson? A photo of the real-life costume that a certain Stellar Blade outfit was based on has surfaced online. I'm sorry, you mean the bondage gear and swimsuit? Like, confirming suspicions as it was revealed that the outfit was censored after all, which will have many deliberating as to the reason why. A Twitter user shared a photo of the real-life actress wearing the outfit that a certain Stellar Blade costume was based on, revealing the in-game outfit was altered, no doubt because it allowed for too much traditional feminine beauty. I'm sure that's the reason why.
It doesn't even look like they altered the suit. It looks like they went in and just painted on her skin.
Yeah, they just added this extra like stuff.
Like, how does it go around her boob like that? Like, if it was a fabric, it'd be tight. It would make a bridge, from her ribs to her boob. But this is like fully like vacuum formed to her boob.
Well, because it's pinned here, it's held down here, and then it's like pinned here. Yeah, I
None
agree.
of those would make it like suck into under her boob like that, though.
Agreed. There it is. One of the missing confirmed scanned outfits is finally out on Stellar Blade. Korean cosplayer helped to bring the outfit into the game via 3D scanning. there were initially claims of the game's outfits being censored, much like other games in the modern era, which is done to stifle traditional feminine beauty. Some of the comments to respond to this. The game's model has too much cloth. Mods will fix it immediately.
Yeah, it's on
Censored
PC now.
as expected.
Mod.
Would have been great without the added material. It just doesn't fit compared to the original outfit. They even put in the game. And this is the one that was previously censored even further, right? Isn't this the outfit that had the other version with like extra cloth everywhere? I wonder why her face is blurred. For the curious, this is what she looks like. Anyway. That's it. All right, let's move past that. Okay. Shootin' order patch fixes pronoun inconsistencies amid the calls of transphobia. Thank God. We wouldn't want to be transphobic. A recent patch for Shootin' Order corrected inconsistent pronoun usage in the English translation, mistakes that had some players believing the scene was depicting transphobia, though the team says it was all just mistranslation. The visual novel Shootin' Order, developed by Nalo and supervised by Danganronpa creator Kazutaka Kodaka, recently released patch 1.0.1 to address criticism over its English localization. One of the biggest grievances had been pronoun inconsistency. Characters sometimes referred to as female in one scene, male in another, you and I being swapped erroneously, general mistranslations and typos everywhere. Oh, like Silent Hill F. Players pointed out that some scenes felt as though they had been trying to depict a transgender character or identity, though not necessarily intentionally. The issue blew up because it blew up enough that the director, Takumi Nakazawa, felt compelled to issue clarification. He said the errors were mistakes, not purposeful depictions of trans issues, and that the team was fixing translation errors, especially in the Ministry of Health route. Still, one line from Nakazawa stands out. Quote, language settings and specific PC environments have been fixed. Additionally, the English translation, particularly problematic in the Ministry of Health route, has also been revised, including unintended mistranslations that could be read as transphobic. The quote about unintended mistranslations that could be read as transphobic, however, suggests that they are at least aware of, if not possibly sympathetic to, trans discourse. To some observers, that suggests the developer is already operating under the framework of identity politics. Better to correct anything that might offend or misrepresent than risk backlash. The patch fixes much of the localization in question, but they admit that there are still many more words, 360,000 in total, to audit. So more revisions are coming. Wow. All right. Now the real news. No, I already failed. I don't know.
Was it ever in the game, the suit? I don't know.
I think they did add it, yeah.
Stellar Blade is one of those games where it's like, it looked like it was going to be an okay game, and then they were like super backlash, so I was like, okay, I'll support it by buying it.
Mm-hmm.
But then when the game came out, it's like, actually, it doesn't look like it's fun to play at all. So
No.
I never played it.
Same with Black Myth Wukong. You bought it to send a message, but then when it came time to play it, you're like, I'll get to it 20 years from now.
I actually
Right.
don't think I even bought Black
I
Myth
did.
Wukong.
I did. I was talking about me. All right. Electronic Arts going private again in a $55 billion with a B dollar deal led by Saudi investors. Electronic Arts announced that they will be wholly acquired by an investor group led by Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, making the company go private. This is the same fund, I believe, that bought into King of Fighters and got Lionel Messi I think it was. Or no. Ronaldo, maybe, the soccer player, in Tekken. A character to play as in Tekken is a soccer player. Just because the Crown Prince wanted it, right? Electronic Arts announced they will be wholly acquired by an investor group led by Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, making the company go private. The new deal will have PIF, the Public Investment Fund, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners wholly acquire Electronic Arts for around $55 billion, with the PIF rolling over its existing 9.9% stake in the company. The deal is the largest all-cash take-private investment in history, and EA CEO/chairman Andrew Wilson will remain in his position. Burying the lead. God damn it. Burying the lead. Jared Kushner's firm is said to be part of the $50 billion buyout of EA. Jared Kushner's private equity firm and a group of large investors are in talks to buy out the video game company Electronic Arts in what could be one of the largest such deals ever. Mr. Kushner's firm, Affinity Partners, along with other investors, including the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund and Silver Lake Partners, are in talks to take the publicly traded company private. The talks are expected to put a renewed spotlight on Affinity Partners, which Mr. Kushner, who is President Trump's son-in-law, founded after President Trump's first term. The firm's investors include the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, known as the Public Investment Fund, a relationship that has drawn scrutiny because Mr. Kushner used to deal with the Saudi government while he was serving as an official in the first Trump administration. The Wealth Fund is also a longtime investor in Electronic Arts. EA Games sold for $55 billion to a consortium led by Saudi Arabia. Once the deal closes, EA will no longer be a publicly traded company, and the move is already being called one of the biggest private equity acquisitions in history. The deal values EA at $210 per share. By the way, they're currently at $200 per share. I don't know if that means you can make a profit or not, but make of that what you will. And is expected to close in fiscal quarter 1 of 2027, pending regulatory approval. But the financial details are only half the story. For years, EA has leaned heavily into DEI messaging, both in its games and in its public branding. From introducing controversial character options to inserting progressive social politics into blockbuster franchises, the company has often been at the forefront of industry culture wars. Now, the company is being taken over by a sovereign wealth fund tied to a country that criminalizes same-sex relationships and gender nonconformity. In Saudi Arabia, same-sex relations can carry prison terms, public floggings, and even capital punishment under strict interpretations of Sharia law. The very policies EA championed in Western markets could not even legally exist in the home country of its new financial backers. The question many fans are asking is simple. What happens now that EA has been sold to the Saudi Arabia PIF and its partners? Does EA continue pushing DEI themes in its games, knowing that its largest owner represents a country where such values are not tolerated? Will upcoming games be censored or altered to satisfy new investors? Could the company pull back from public advocacy campaigns that previously aligned with Western progressive causes? These aren't hypothetical concerns. Global companies routinely adjust content to suit overseas markets. But in this case, the influence is at the ownership level, not just regional distribution. This sale shines a spotlight on the hypocrisy of corporate messaging in the gaming industry. EA has long demanded its players and employees embrace DEI, yet when offered $55 billion, The company has had no problem selling itself to investors from a nation whose laws fundamentally oppose the very values that EA has pushed. It is the ultimate case of do as we say, not as we do. When it comes to shareholder value, all those corporate slogans about diversity and inclusion suddenly take a back seat. EA will assume $20 billion in debt in the sale. And this could doom BioWare and Mass Effect 5. Damn, you hate to see it. Electronic Arts has announced a record-breaking $55 billion buyout, but beneath the big numbers is a dangerous detail. EA will be saddled with $20 billion in new debt as part of the leveraged buyout. That financial burden has Mass Effect fans panicking, and with good reason. After the catastrophic failure of Dragon Age: The Veilguard, many worry that BioWare won't survive the squeeze. Mass Effect 5, already in development limbo for 8 years, could face crippling cuts or worse, cancellation. A leveraged buyout means the acquiring company ends up carrying much of the debt. In EA's case, that's $20 billion of obligations to service, a weight that will hang over the publisher for years to come. Just put it into perspective. Elon bought Twitter for $44 billion. Almost half of that is now EA's debt. When revenue is strong, debt is manageable. But EA's track record with recent releases has been rocky, and failure is an all too real possibility. If key franchises underperform, the easiest way to protect margins is to slash costs. And that usually means gutting studios. Oh no! Veilguard 2 isn't going to happen now.
Stop.
From Bio-
No.
They can't even give the game away. I'm not surprised. From BioWare, the studio behind Dragon Age and Mass Effect, this spells danger. Its recent track record hasn't exactly inspired confidence, and its reliance on identity politics, storytelling, and the Veilguard backfired both critically and commercially. We're making amazing time. Come on. EA employees reportedly panicking over Saudi-backed takeover. It's going to get worse. EA CEO Andrew Wilson told staff, quote, "This moment is a recognition of your creativity, your innovation, and your passion. Everything we have achieved and everything that lies ahead is because of you. Yay, we did it! How much of the billions of dollars do we get? None."
You got a pizza party!
Yeah.
Woo!
Wilson also reassured workers that our values and our commitment to players and fans around the world remain unchanged. But not everyone was convinced. One worker didn't hold back. "Andrew Wilson basically said F you to all women and LGBTQ employees at EA with this deal." Another was blunt and told about the toll on morale. Quote, "It just shows how many people have been collateral this past year for executives to make out rich. Nothing feels real, and we know when the deal closes, it's going to get worse before it gets better, if better is even possible." A third said, "I'm nervous about what this means in terms of workforce once the deal is closed, as layoffs usually follow these types of acquisitions. And on a personal level, those future owners are really not in line with my values and beliefs."
Maybe you should find a new place of employment
Yep.
now.
All right. Yeah, the employees, instead of getting a part of the $55 billion, the employees now own money since they're taking on the $20 billion in debt. All right. Legendary Final Fantasy composer Nobuo Uematsu disappointed with less weirdness in modern video game music. Have you guys felt a lack of ingenuity in game music in the last 20 or so years? I have.
No?
I
Yeah.
have felt like game music is trash, right?
Okay.
One of the reasons that I like Silent Hill and Silent Hill 2 and 3 and 4 and all that, and Shattered Memories and all of them pretty much, is because Akira Yamaoka's music is unsettling, but also an earworm, except for Silent Hill F. And when I play other games, especially horror games, the vibe is make it creepy. Oh, a drip, a rattling chain. You know, like the atmospheric sound is just like trash, you know? Now, the same goes for RPGs and whatnot. They just like, they're not really doing anything interesting. Speaking as easily one of the most leading experts on the entire genre, legendary Final Fantasy series composer Nobuo Uematsu has admitted that while production technology is much more robust and accessible than in years past, this progress has led to an unfortunate lack of weirdness in modern video game music. During a recent interview with Japanese music news outlet Real Sound Japan, as held in service of getting his thoughts on a variety of new music-related electronics, including Astel and Kern's A and Ultima SP4000. Wow, I don't give a shit about any of that. The famed keyboard master was met with the observation that across numerous interviews in recent years, he seemed to believe that there was some stagnation in current game music. Uematsu explained, in turn, that while stagnation may not be quite the right word, he did feel that the video game industry had become too corporate and safe in its approach to both composing and producing soundtracks. Quote, I wouldn't call it stagnation, but I do think directors and producers hold too much power in the music department. Even now, composers in games aren't really in a position to voice their opinions. No matter how much knowledge and skill you have, it's hard to get your point across. There are very few producers who are well-versed in global entertainment and knowledgeable about various music genres. It's often seen as sufficient to just play cinematic music reminiscent of John Williams. I want to change this situation, but the larger the content becomes, the more challenging it feels. Personally, I wish more vibrant young indie artists would step forward. Pressed by his host if he felt there was, quote, a difficulty unique to game music, particularly given how the game comes before the music, it inevitably leads to creation that conforms to it. Uematsu argued that such circumstances do not automatically preclude an artist from getting creative, as evidenced by his own musical hero, Elton John. No, on that point, I think Elton John faced the same thing. He had to bring profits to his record company too, so he had to prioritize selling over music. Even so, he kept making great albums after his string of masterpieces in the 1970s. In that sense, I think there's still plenty we can do. History is the accumulation of traditions and culture from the past, so that's important in itself. But it's also about, where the people building the accumulation are looking. If we were satisfied just doing the same thing as Star Wars, Indiana Jones composer John Williams, that would be the end of it, right? It's a bit extreme, but what kind of music would happen if you combined that with techno? Laughs. I think it's okay to have that kind of idea. It's puzzling why young people aren't emerging now to make game music with analog synthesizers. If someone asked me, I'd absolutely do it. From there, asked if he felt the modern music producer's inability to play the real instruments was a major reason behind the industry-wide lack of experimentation, the man behind One Winged Angel positioned that it was just one part of the equation, with the other being a desire to achieve pleasant perfection over anything else. Music producers are expensive too, but the analog synth approach used by people like late Japanese electronics music pioneer Isao Tomita and late Greek Blade Runner composer Vangelis, I think it would be really interesting if done now. Layering monophonic synthesizers over and over to create music with a unique texture. Quote, this would be a great topic for fucking Foodnum to be here for. Honestly, I think the mainstream approach now is using sequencer computers with a pleasant sounding tones of digital synths, ensuring everything stays perfectly in tune. But music made by layering hand-played single note synths, it's just different. To put it simply, there's less of that weirdness to it. It's funny. Each one of these photos I can hear, right? Like I can hear them. I fucking hear it. Like for an example of missing weirdness, Uematsu offered up his 2015 album Bra Bra, Final Fantasy Brass de Bravo, for which he recomposed a number of classic Final Fantasy tracks into fully orchestrated concert pieces. As the name suggests, it's a wind ensemble concert dedicated solely to the Final Fantasy series, but it's not an authentic orchestral event. We announced the concept online beforehand and asked the audience to bring their own instruments. Then everyone plays specific pieces together. I've been thinking it'd be great to have a rowdy orchestra concert, so lately I've been doing various things like that. Old man says, I think if you think game music is now, wait a few years and it will be much worse. You mean bad now? I think eventually most studios will replace artists with AI music libraries or even randomly generated music. Could be, yeah. I saw Nobuo Uematsu live with his band. He was like an awesome progressive rock keyboard player. Nice. Final Fantasy VII Battlement. Oh no, that's the music. Okay. I quote, I do have my own sense of harmony, but since it's a live event, you never know what'll happen. I do things that weren't planned, and it's fun to see how that connects to what comes next and how it all unfolds. I think that's the essence of non-digital entertainment. And with Final Fantasy, where I'm mainly active now, I want to express that. Thanks to my involvement with Final Fantasy, I'm fortunate to still get various opportunities. It might be a bit of a cheat approach, but even then, I try to subtly slip in what I want to do and keep experimenting. Oh my god. All right, anyway, I also have this article about it, and we're only going to read one line from it.
What the heck? Weird.
What?
I thought there was more there.
You might out of the gutter, Randy.
She's 12. Many will find this stance of creator individuality is being stifled familiar, as the same could be said about mainstream video game development as a whole, according to Sankaku Complex. All right, finally, we're here. Silent Hill F producer admits he knew fans would be split. So, I'm going to read this article in a minute. I played this over the last 4 days or so. I completed it. Many of you watched who are on the call right now. I'm just curious what your thoughts of the game were before we read this.
It's not my type of game. I'll just say that out of the gate. But it moves really slow for me. Like watching you play it, it's like this. You were pulling your hair out at the times I was watching, anyways. It's like and that could be fun for some people, I guess. Like if you look at Dark Souls, but From Software games specifically have this there's still multiple ways you can skin a cat, and there's a certain level of, I don't call it speed, but speed with playing the main character of Silent Hill F. I was watching it. It's this seems clunky and just not fun.
Yep,
not fun. But
not fun is a term I would also use to describe a lot of the game. Randy and Reese, do you have anything you want to say about it that you thought?
I wasn't particularly interested.
Yep.
I don't think I paid attention enough to know.
All right.
Honestly, when I was on Thursday night or Friday night, I was just there just to have it as a distraction.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't
figured
watch
as much. I have more to say, but I'll read the article.
Go ahead, Brandon.
The one thing I was going to say is some of the voice acting for the English dub was distracting.
I thought it was much better.
Okay.
I thought that the the English voice acting was a lot better than I expected it to be based on the trailers.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. There were parts of it that was like a little irritating.
Well, why it was distracting for me, it was because I don't know if this is something that really anyone else would care about or if it's just me, but like the voice acting was too anime. Like
yeah,
it seems like they
yeah.
were anime voice actors doing
Mhm.
an anime as opposed to people doing a video game. And that's very weird to say that because it's like, oh, it's just voice acting, but it's like there was especially one of the friends, I think that she has.
Rinko.
She was putting on like the quintessential like girl anime voice, and it was
Mhm.
like, this is weird because it's not an anime.
Yeah.
So that was distracting for me.
Frankie Kevich was Rinko. I've never even heard of this woman.
Neither have I.
And like the Fox guy kind of sounded like Johnny Young Bosch. I don't know if it was or not, but
No,
like
it wasn't.
Johnny Young Bosch does anime,
Mhm.
and so if you had someone that sounded like him, then you'd think maybe that was like, oh well, that's anime. No, he was okay. It's just the girl was doing like, the girl
Yeah.
anime voice, and it was like,
The main character that you play as kind of sounded to me like Nezuko demon form during the battle moments.
Was she voiced by Nezuko?
No, I don't think
Oh,
so.
okay.
She doesn't even have a picture on IMDb. Literally all the other characters seem
Have
to.
you? Okay, I was going to say, have you checked behind the voice actors?
Mm-mm. I'm just looking it up on IMDb real quick. I'm gonna come back to it.
Something that I will add too is that in other Silent Hill, or no, excuse me, not Silent Hill.
She voices Yuffie Kisaragi, the girl we were just looking at from Final Fantasy VII
That's funny.
in the remake. Oh, and she voices Fuka Yamagishi in Persona 3 Reload, and Makima in the English version of Chainsaw Man. Oh shit! No, she is a major anime voice actor. To Your Eternity. Oh, Digimon Story, Time Stranger the Game. Dianamon.
wait, who? The main character?
Wait. Oh, she's in. She voices Amane Ubuyashiki in the English version of Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba: The Hinokami Chronicles 2.
Is that the main character?
Yeah, Hinako. Yeah.
Yeah.
She also voiced Akari Shimizu. Interesting. In Solo Leveling. She voices Akari Shimizu and Hinako Shimizu, huh? All right, anyway. Yeah, so moving past this. I'll come back to the actual article here. Silent Hill F producer admits he knew fans would be split. Ahead of Silent Hill F's launch, series producer Motoi Okamoto is owning the controversy. He says he always expected the game's bold deviations. 1960s Japan setting, action-heavy combat, new protagonist to divide fans. With its Metacritic score soaring, he claims the praise the narrative is receiving proves he made the right risky bets. In my opinion, this is not a Silent Hill game. It does not read as Silent Hill. It feels like it's copying similar tropes to Silent Hill, but it did not actually reach that, bar, is in my opinion. It wasn't unsettling enough, and it being in Japan, I feel like, I'll come back to it. But bottom line is, they included some details that I feel grounds the story too much to the point where you've written yourself into a corner if you want to continue Silent Hill as a franchise with this. And it deviates too far in the sense that now we could just do Silent Hill wherever the fuck we want. And it's like, I just don't see that as a positive thing long term for the franchise. So Silent Hill's latest entry, Silent Hill F, is turning heads, and not just because it's uprooting the series' usual small American town in favor of 1960s rural Japan. Let me just ask you guys who watch. Did anything specifically that you were watching in there scream, oh yeah, 1960s Japan, and not, oh yeah, small town Japanese village?
Not enough.
Not particularly.
Right?
Maybe
Like-
maybe the dialogue that was on the radio might be dated.
Perhaps
Right.
the only thing that stood out as, older was the phones.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like
Like
they
the
didn't like if they had like cell phones and stuff, then it's like instantly dateable. And the
Yeah, but
the
I mean,
fact
like
that
they
didn't-
specifically had like, bring, like the rotary phones, right?
yeah, and
And it's like that's basically it.
and
you know-
that's not something that you can use to like say it's
Let
specifically
me put it
in
this
the
way.
Yeah,
past.
right. We
Like,
still have
did
those in the
anything in
90s.
this scream 1960s as opposed to 1990s?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The lack of cell phones.
Yeah, but even then, in the 1990s, kids mostly did not have cell phones.
Right.
And if you did, you weren't on them all the time because they were for calling, and that's basically it. You know what I mean? So, the reviews are in, the Metascore is strong, but as the dust settles, series producer Motoi Okamoto is conceding that this was never going to be a safe play. Okamoto celebrated the game's impressive Metacritic score of 86, which ties it to the remake of Silent Hill 2. I can't fucking believe that. That's insane to me. Silent Hill 2 remake as a game, and I had tons of issues with it as a game. As a game, it is astronomically better. I'll come back to that in a minute. But admitted the development team was aware from the outset that many of the changes they made would be polarizing. We made many bold choices, he told fans and media. The game is set in Japan with the scenario by Ryukishi 07 and a combat-heavy gameplay system. Because of all these challenging elements, I expected opinions to be divided. Let me turn off this AC real quick. The setting shifts to a Japan that breathes both Western and Japanese horror influences. The narrative is entrusted to Ryukishi 07, famed for psychological storytelling in the Higurashi series, and rather than lead primarily on exploration and puzzle mechanics as classic Silent Hill titles did, Silent Hill F emphasizes melee combat, including parry systems and weapon degradation. Both of those things were awful. Okamoto says he's gratified to see that, even among mixed critique, almost every outlet has praised the story. Proof, he claims, that trusting Ryukishi 07 was the right decision. He framed the praise as validation of their risk. Quote, even among the mixed reception, the story has been almost universally acclaimed, and trusting Ryukishi with it was the right decision. Granted, it should be noted that most major Western outlets typically gave high scores so that they keep receiving free games, not to mention that almost all of them have a political agenda to push, so most would argue that their opinions are most of the time irrelevant. Okay. All right.
You
So
hear that?
let me...
That's someone getting thrown right under the bus.
Yeah. Let me just say, a recurring feeling that I had each time I stopped to play the game was I am not having fun. Right? The weapon degradation was annoying, but you know what was more annoying is finding weapons I wanted to use, but not feeling like I wanted to give up the current weapons that I had because I could only hold 3 at a time. And so like having to wait until one of my weapons broke to run back and go grab the other one so at least I fucking had it, that was annoying. Right? That didn't benefit me at all to have that. And that's, I want to be clear about this. The fact, look, I killed nearly every single enemy in the game. I was playing on story mode. Okay, so the game had story and hard mode for puzzles. I played on hard mode. It had story and hard mode for combat. I played on story mode. And the reason for that is because, again, you only had two options. And hard mode was like, your maximum sanity level will decrease forever in the hard mode. And I'm just like, fuck that noise. I'm not doing that. Whatever that is, I don't even know what the sanity does, but I'm not going to put that on myself when I play the game. So the puzzles were lackluster. There was maybe two good ones in the entire game that I legitimately felt like they were worth doing. There were other ones, and you guys were there struggling with me with one of them, where it just didn't fucking make sense. And I still don't know how I got through it. Because all of a sudden, I pulled back, and then the door fucking opened, and I'm like, I don't even know what I did. I don't fucking know. It's not satisfying to have found the solution when the rules or explanation for what you're supposed to be doing is unclear. Now, the worst problem that I have with the game, and I want to make this very clear here. The value of most Silent Hill games is derived after you've beaten it. Meaning, in retrospect, once you realize what the story is, the significance of things that happened along the way starts to click. So when you play Silent Hill 2 and you get to the end where you realize that the main character killed his wife and that all the monsters you've been fighting are manifestations of that guilt, then it starts to really click. You're like, wow, that was fucking brilliant. What a genius way to design this game. But the main key difference is that even if all that shit is lost on you, the puzzles in Silent Hill 2, the combat in Silent Hill 2 is fun. You're enjoying the process and the challenge of getting through it, of trying to survive. In Silent Hill F, the combat was frustrating as fuck. I kept saying while you guys were watching me play it that in Ocarina of Time, that was the first game that really like gave a name to this, and it's obviously dated to the N64, but they incorporated something that they called Z targeting, where when you hold down the Z button, it targets the nearest enemy, and then your movement left and right is then a circle around the enemy. This game had a Z targeting system that was fucking horrendously bad. Where as I would target onto an enemy, I would get stuck as I'm trying to fucking run away. You know, and like in Zelda, if you let go of Z, it would disengage as you're running away. In this game, it's a goddamn toggle because it's the square button. And so like I'm trying to escape and I have to like disengage. And it took me halfway through the game before I finally got good at running away to heal, you know? So again, the actual puzzles were not engaging and fun. I'm playing New Game Plus right now. I started it this morning just to see the new intro, and I'm going to go into that in a second. And I'm playing on Lost in the Fog difficulty, a new difficulty added to the game for puzzles. I'm still playing on story mode for the combat because I don't fucking care. If the combat was annoying on the easiest difficulty, there's no reason that I'm going to want to play on the harder difficulty for it. You know what I mean? So here's my big overarching issue with the game. So they're saying like, oh, it was a good idea to you know, entrust Ryukishio 7 with the narrative. Look, I agree. I think Ryukishio 7 came up with a cool idea. Here's the problem with it. when we were playing and you guys were watching play the game, we knew going in that there was like this feminism angle inserted into the game, right? And that the game was supposed to be about the struggles of women in 1960s Japan, which I brought up before as being a fucking retarded idea because nobody playing this game was alive in 1960s Japan to experience growing up as a young girl dealing with these issues. Nobody playing the game is going to have that shared experience, right? And so there came a point in the game where out of nowhere, Hinako says, women are treated just like animals. And it came completely out of left field. And like all of us were like, what the fuck? Like, where the fuck did that come from? It made no sense the way the story is unfolded. Now look, do you guys remember when I first started playing the game and it had the opening cutscene where she's playing with the doll and the doll says something to the effect of, I don't know if you watched this part, but I'll just tell you what happened. She's playing with the doll and she says like, nobody wants to play with Hinako because Hinako plays with boys. Right? That's how the game starts. Right? When you do a replay on New Game Plus, a completely different set of dialogue happens. Where instead, she talks about not wanting to get married. Okay? Then it all clicks. Because when you play New Game Plus, right as you leave the house and you're supposed to go into town to Chihaya Zuru or whatever the candy store is called, you find a building that was locked the first time around, but in New Game Plus is unlocked. And then you find a magazine for young women. And when you check it, Hinako says, my dad hates this sort of thing. Right? Now, the game, the problem that I had was that the game felt as though it was trying to convey too many narratives simultaneously. One of them being that her friends are jealous of her because of her closeness with the town goblin Shu, the ugliest male character I've ever fucking seen, but perhaps the only boy in the entire town because they were all swooning over him for some reason. And simultaneously that she has a negative relationship with her dad, and then that quickly becomes, and also her mom. Now, overall, the story is actually trying to tell you that she is getting married. Did you get that at all from what you saw? Did
No.
that even come through it even a little bit? The only reason you could even derive that is that if you see the demon form, when she becomes the fox spirit weird thing, she's wearing a traditional Japanese wedding hat. If you do not know what that is, there is literally nothing in the initial playthrough to give you that as the reasoning behind what's causing her distress. Now, this is what really irritates me about it. In the replay, in New Game Plus, this game has New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus. So, like, there is basically 3 stories that are slightly different with new things added each time you play. And if Ryukishio 7 wrote the overarching narrative across all 3 of them, and then they decided to pick it apart and make it, here's what's in first one, here's what's in second one, here's what's in third one, then it's not Ryukishio 7's fault. And what he wrote was actually pretty smart and really interesting, right? Now, I was convinced when I was playing it that we were going to learn that she's pregnant or had an unplanned pregnancy or something, and that's why there's like this rebellion and like rejection that has caused her to enter into the realm of Silent Hill or whatever, right? And ironically, a lot of shit that happened in the game seemed to suggest that. And then the ending to the game is that she's been taking pills, and the pills have caused her to go psychotic. And then she kills everybody, which I predicted. You guys remember I predicted this. She kills everybody, and then that's the story. And again, just like with Higurashi, where all of a sudden Hinamizawa syndrome just becomes, oh yeah, there's a gas leak or some shit. And everybody went nuts. It's like, you've taken the mystery that was fun to experience where anything could happen, and now you've isolated it down to this caused it, and therefore the mystery is gone. The fun is gone. You can't make another story in Higurashi with that being the understanding of what caused everything, because now it's not fun anymore. It's not mysterious anymore. There's no right. JT Vegas says Silent Hill F is trying to promote furries. Yeah, it's so I'm gonna unpack it a little bit, and spoilers for anybody who hasn't played the game or didn't watch me or whatever, but the story is simultaneously telling the story of Hinako in her childhood and Hinako in her adulthood. And there's a part in the story where Hinako meets with herself, and they have an exchange where they talk about one of us needs to die. Like, I'm going to kill you. One of us has to die in order to, we can't mutually exist. We have to kill one or the other, right? And once I played just the beginning of the New Game Plus, it became obvious that what's going on here is that she's getting married. And actually, you learn at the end of the game, from my first playthrough, that she killed everybody on the eve of her wedding day. And it was sort of like obvious that something was going on, because at one of the parts where you're in her house, and the part where like you're in like 3 different levels of the same residence, but it's like different each time you go through, you find a note that shows that her father's debt has been forgiven. And the reason it's forgiven is made abundantly obvious in the opening for New Game Plus, because she gets betrothed to a wealthy individual. And basically by getting married, his debt gets taken care of by the new husband. Right. And so the story is such that what they're trying to convey is that Hinako does not see a world where she can hold on to her childhood and the things that she enjoyed from her childhood when she becomes an adult. Because in 1960s Japan, women are seen as requiring to become a housewife and bear children, right? That's their role. And so, although she never actually really gives you, at least in the original playthrough, any reason to believe that she's averse to this role, right? The idea is that she is attempting, like she is avoidant to take on that role. And there's a puzzle in it where the clue is that a black bird wants to take a white bird, and the white bird resists. And the idea behind this is that the white bird represents Hinako as a child in the high school age, and the black bird represents her as an adult. And the adult form is getting married and taking on responsibility and whatnot. And that's why it wants to take her childhood away. And the childhood form is trying to resist, right? And so all of the villains in the game are based in some shape or form on the fear of growing older and the responsibility that comes with being an adult. So nearly all of the villains are women. There are male villains. I'll get into in a minute, but most of them are women. They all have unstable footing. So most of the villains in the game have fox legs. In the other world, they have swords for legs, and they also bend and contort in weird ways, like they can't stand up on their own. Then there's a villain that has like a little girl's legs, and the top half of it is a bunch of dolls' heads, right? And then that one is constantly screaming and crying and making a loud noise that bursts the sanity meter for the character. This represents having children, right? The idea that your life becomes dolls and crying, right? That's the life ahead of you, right? Is caring for children. There is a boss that looks to be a combination of a body on its four legs, and then another body kind of sitting on top of it. And the body sitting on top of it has like a shit ton of pregnant bellies. And this one spits and like births more monsters that you have to fight, which obviously represents pregnancy and whatnot, which is one of the reasons I felt very validated in that original idea. But in the midst of all this other shit, there's also fucking all this nonsense happening in a spiritual realm where eventually she literally takes a fucking hacksaw and cuts off her own arm to replace it with a fox demon arm. And it's just like the weirdest shit is going on. Meanwhile, in this like otherworld demon realm, you then kill all of your childhood friends and you don't even have a choice. All of this shit happens in a cutscene where you don't get to have any agency whatsoever. And it shows the player that she is choosing to make these decisions. And so by the end of it, like, you're left sitting there going like, what value did I gain out of this at all? Right? Like, this is not the Silent Hill that I know, where I'm empathetic to the characters and I feel for the loss that they're enduring and the suffering that they're experiencing. And I can relate to the psychological trauma that is manifesting the world around them. This is, again, what I was saying. Nobody playing this game was a little girl in 1960s Japan. It's just not fucking happening. And if it is, it's less than 1% of players. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to play a little bit more. I honestly, the only reason I even played New Game Plus today is because I needed to make sure that I finally redeemed my pre-order bonuses. Because if I didn't, I never will, to be honest. And I think that there is some value, and I can appreciate the artistic endeavor that was taken upon it. Honestly, at times, the game is breathtakingly beautiful. I will give it that. The lighting design in the school, when you fucking come back out of this one room, there are scarecrows all over in the hallway, contorted, and the lighting is just immaculately beautiful. But overall, as an entry into the Silent Hill franchise, I don't think it takes the series in a good direction. And the one thing I was really fucking holding out hope for was the prediction that we read that the ending was going to show that the woman, Hinako, who's existing in this Japanese town, was actually inside of a real Middle America Silent Hill, and that it was all a projection of the town, bringing her back to the place where her trauma and whatnot that she's psychologically working through manifested, which was back in Japan and in Bisugaoka in the 1960s. And that did not happen. And honestly, that's probably the only thing that would have saved the game for me, because I do not like the idea that we're just going to say like, well, why are we stuck in Silent Hill? Why don't we just do Silent Hill across the globe? And it's like, fuck me, man. Like, why? Can I do Silent Hill in the African savannah or some shit? Come on. I don't want to do this. This sounds terrible. And now if it just becomes between Silent Hill in Japan and Silent Hill in America, even that feels constrained, right? And many of the villains in this felt very much like just a Japanese ghost story, And then lastly, the Akihabara is the giant fat monster with the big knife. Like, when you understand what that means, you're like, okay, I get it. That big knife that looks like the one that Pyramid Head wields is actually the kitchen knife that her dad threw into the floor in an argument with her. and that monster represents her father. That's why it's belching, because he's a drunk, right? And that he doesn't have eyes because he doesn't see her as anything, right? Like there's all this layered symbolism and stuff. But on top of all of that, they throw on this like flower motif, which is very hit or miss in understanding. And it feels almost like it exists exclusively for the pill, thing that you find out at the end of the game. So I don't know. It's very, I feel very conflicted about it. One thing I did bring up while I was playing it that bothered me, that I now have forgiven, is that the character Hinako does not seem high school aged compared to the other characters in the game. And I attributed that to the fact that the girl who they based her on is not high school aged, right? And I think what they were doing with that is she's not high school aged. She's 22 or something like that, and she's getting married. And so the fact that she's not high school aged is part of the disconnect, right? That she's wearing a school uniform and hanging around with other high schoolers, but in her face, she looks older. She looks like she's more mature than everybody else. And I think that that's actually, like, the complaint is actually, it's a feature, not a bug, so to speak. So anyway, do you guys have anything you want to share about the experience? Or
I saw a TikTok of the scene where there's all of the dolls in the field, and like you got to pull a pin from one of them.
The Ayakakashi, the scarecrows?
No clue. But anyway, and then she like the doll like contorts and like flashes her ass.
Don't remember that.
The doll, she points, but like facing away from you, and her ass is right there with a skirt, and it kind of like fluffs up. And so she's basically like flashing her ass at you. Now it's a mannequin doll thing. It's not.
Yeah,
like...
you got to find this TikTok. I got to see this.
Anyway, so then, so it was a streamer playing during this part, and he's like, "Whoa, isn't she like underage?" And then the person that made the TikTok cuts in. It was a Stitch, and then says like, "You guys are so close. But like the Japanese propaganda is getting to you, and you don't quite get it, but you're so close." And she never like alluded to what meant.
It was. Yeah.
I don't. So maybe the fact that the main character is actually not underage, but like they're infantilizing her by putting her in the schoolgirl uniform. I don't know. But then also like the dolls are like being sexualized. Maybe by getting put in the schoolgirl uniform. I have no clue what this person meant. Anyway, that was my only other thing.
If you can find that in the next like 5 minutes, that'd be great.
I can look.
So what happens? And honestly, that was one of the things I really hated about like the puzzle, right? Like okay, that was the first puzzle where it's like, all right, here we are, fucking finally, and then the clues make no sense. And I just went on my gut feeling, and it's not this one. I got to fight him. Great. And this is the thing, once again, is when you're playing story mode, there were, maybe 10 enemies the entire game that I chose to just not fight. I basically killed all the rest of them. And in spite of the amount of weapons and the durability and stuff, I mean, theoretically, if you really suck ass, the pregnant monsters, Randy, if you're talking, you're muted. The pregnant monsters that produce more monsters, or the monsters that come back to life. There's a mechanic in the game in some places, but not all places, which is really fucking annoying, where sometimes a monster will come back to life after you've killed it. If you really, actually no, because the ones that come back to life do so in a realm where your weapons do not break. So that doesn't even count. But if the ones that produce monsters by throwing them up or whatever, if you really suck ass, maybe you could find yourself in a situation where you run out of weapons. Literally, you have nothing to fight with, and you will die. But I feel like I could have killed every single monster in the game and still had plenty of weapons, you know? Yeah, and then the actual boss. Oh, I almost forgot to talk about this shit. This is the part that irritated me the most. There is a part in the game. Every time they actually show Hinako with her parents, it's confrontational. And it does not happen often. And this is the problem. Maybe 3 times, and nearly all of them are right before the boss battle where you fight your parents. But every single time it's hugely negative and confrontational. And dad's an asshole and mom defends him instead of me. And so you are led to believe like they're irredeemable. And everything you see about them is like, it's not a good thing. You don't want to be there. There's no reason to stick around. And so then you fight them. And I got to tell you, this boss battle was fucking hard. Fighting both parents simultaneously, especially with the Z targeting system, because this fucking thing will switch from one enemy to the next randomly while you're in the middle of this battle. And it is already hard enough to fight in this game and just fucking kill me. The way I eventually just started turning it off and trying to fight by aiming with the controller instead of targeting them, because it got so irritating, because there are no projectile weapons in the game that you get to wield, right? And so as soon as you defeat your parents, a cutscene occurs where your parents walk away, and then the flesh and extra bullshit flops off of them, and they walk outside the front door of your house, and then you proceed out that door after them, only to find that the fox demon chasing you through most of the game is right there and has picked up your parents by their heads and crushed them to death. And you cry and scream, "No, my parents!" The parents that you have had nothing but disdain for? Every fucking time? Every single time they came on screen, every single memo that I read, everything about them is negative in a significant margin. And now all of a sudden it's, "No, you took my parents from me." And then the game does the stupidest fucking thing ever, the most predictable thing I've ever seen in a game. I called it during the playthrough, and immediately it happened. In the other world, you go around and you end up going back to your house. And I fucking hated this mechanic in the game, where the game is being told in 2 different realms. You will constantly lose consciousness and wake up in the spirit world and do a bunch of shit in the spirit world. And then you'll finish whatever you're doing there. And then you'll wake back up where you were and shit. And I can't tell you how many times. Okay, now I'm back in the real world. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, and you're forced to, so you don't have a choice, go from point A to point B. And then by the time you get to point B, and the entire journey, you have to fight, bullshit fights all the way there. Nothing else happens. No puzzles. Fuck all happens. You have to go from here to there. And as soon as you get there, well, back in the spirit world for more. And then you finally finish the spirit world thing. Oh, go from point B to point C. All right, here it goes. Get to point C, back in the spirit world. No puzzles, no fun, nothing interesting, just grueling battles nonstop that are not fun to do. And then eventually, point C to point D is go back to your house. So you do. And when you get there, Your parents are standing right outside. And then I fucking call it. I'm going to turn into the monster. I'm going to kill them. And then I'm going to walk out the door and see me killing them. And exactly that happens. And it's like, oh, it's mind-blowing. Look at this huge mic drop. It's like, there is no fucking reason for it. When your parents are sitting there smiling at you because you've come back home, and then you turn into a monster and murder them, what value do I have in this? There has been nothing in the game showing me that I give a fuck about my parents. Every interaction with them has been negative. And then I'm supposed to cry for them? That's insanity. Why the fuck should I give a shit? Anyway. Did you find it out of curiosity?
Yes.
Awesome. I'll pull it up in just a second. I want to read something else first. Cool. Oh, there's two.
The first one is just the scene and some guy's funny reaction. The second one is the one I was actually talking about with the girl saying, "You're so close."
Okay, but the second one shows the entirety of the first one?
Not as good of a shot on it.
All right, I'll use both then. Okay, so I want to read this first. So this came out before the game was released, I believe. Silent Hill F is being released during Higan. It is currently Higan in Japan, and I thought it might be interesting to explain some of the cultural relevance of Higan in relation to this game for those outside Japan and why the flowers are important. Spoiler free. The red flowers you see everywhere in Silent Hill F have literally hundreds of different names in Japanese. Commonly known as Higanbana, the name varies from region to region and are also known as ghost flowers, throat-burning flowers because of their poison, fox candle, fox torch, fox fireworks, fox fan. There are lots of fox-related names for the flower. The wife's hairpin, because tales of wives killing their husbands with it. Dead parents, dead children, because unlike most flowers, it doesn't start growing leaves until after blooming. And tales of parents using it to kill their children and vice versa. Abandoned child / founding flower, corpse flower, etc. all have negative and scary associations. In the game, however, the doctor has a book on his table where they are referred to with this symbol. That name comes, that's probably the Kakakura Makakura or whatever. That name comes from the flowers having an association with getting lost or losing your way to another world. The name conjures up an image of forgetting the path of reality and getting pulled into a different world. Again, I can dramatically appreciate the world building and the thought that went into the production of the game. I just think that they dramatically missed the mark when it comes to how they unfolded the information, the fact that they spread it across the New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus, and the fact that the goddamn combat and puzzles are not fun. If you can't nail making the game fun, then I don't care how unsettling or Silent Hill-like it is, because I'm not enjoying myself. This is interesting when you take into consideration the Buddhist interpretation. Normally, I wouldn't put too much emphasis on that because the game takes a lot of imagery from Shinto, which is a separate belief system. Shinto is most commonly associated with light, happy, and positive things, whereas Buddhism is more associated with death. You get married in a Shinto ceremony and cremated in a Buddhist ceremony, for example. But in daily life, the two are very much intertwined in Japan. However, the reason why the Buddhist interpretation might be relevant is because the game is being released during the Autumn Higan holiday. This is a 7-day period that takes place 3 days before and after the autumn equinox and is kinda similar to the Obon holiday. Many Japanese schools of Buddhism believe the gates to the other world are open during this time. which allows people to be closer to their ancestors and those who have passed. So the gates from this world, the human world, Shigan, in the east, to the other world, the realm of those who have passed on, Higan, in the west. The flowers most associated with this holiday are the Higanbana, which is just a different name from the flowers referenced in the Doctor's book. These flowers are all over the game and are most commonly seen in Japan during this period. There are loads more flowers and fox connections involving eyeballs, lanterns, and wedding processions in other parts of the game, but I haven't finished it yet and wanted to keep it spoiler-free. So, they also said, Silent Hill F, it's your turn. Silent Hill 4 has passed the black sheep baton. I love Silent Hill 4. I absolutely love it. The entire thing takes place in the apartment building. That's what's fun about it. They're constrained dramatically to a much different approach to the game, and yet it's fascinating and incredible to actually play it. There's also a reference to Silent Hill 4 in Silent Hill F, where, in fact, I'll show you guys. You guys remember when I walked into that room and there was the huge face on the Kokuri doll or whatever?
Yeah.
So that was a reference to this. Which I remembered differently. I thought her head was more turned to the side like it is in F, but I guess not. Anyway, so let me pull in these TikToks. Let me stop screen sharing for a second. Pause, god damn you. Okay. So you know what? Well, actually, I don't know. I was gonna say that this might be New Game Plus and that they might push further in New Game Plus because he's wearing white, but that's the pre-order bonus, and I only accessed it during New Game Plus because that's when I finally redeemed the stupid code. So here is.
You're not screen sharing.
I'm going to in a second.
Okay. Just
It says Kojima's.
Yeah,
What?
he thought it was a Kojima game.
Fucking idiot.
Again. Okay, let me pull the thing. Okay, she should tell us where to go here. Hey, yo!
That did
Why
not
is she
happen
so
during
caked
my
up? I didn't know Kojima had a bakery in the game.
Okay. And then we'll switch to this one.
So this one, he didn't have it on the same angle. So I don't know if, like, in different playthroughs, it's at different angles, or if it just matters on where you pull the
Where
pin
you pull
from.
it out from. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I'm in shambles. Like, I'm in shambles. Like, y'all are so close to the point. Y'all are so close to the point in the comments. When the comments were going, are they underage? Are they underage? Like, you are so close. And the comments just going, she's not real. She's a doll. She's a mannequin. Just goes to show how much Japan propaganda has y'all so good. Because y'all will see one Japanese character in Japanese school uniforms, and your mind will go for free-for-all. The Japan.
Because would you still be like that if it were American or European middle schoolers? Middle schoolers?
We don't have
If they weren't in Japanese school uniforms? I just want to remind you that the character was not in middle school because at one point in the game, you go to the middle school and she remarks how she hasn't been back since graduation. Just pointing out, okay? Like, you can have your holier than thou moment, but you are completely wrong. And absolutely, yes, if it was a Catholic schoolgirl outfit, you bet your fucking ass we would still be acting this way.
Japan propaganda has y'all so good. Like, in case y'all didn't get it, I'll repeat again. Like, the comments asking, aren't they underage? Aren't they underage? Again, you're very, very close to the point. One more time.
That's basically all she says. So it's
They're in school uniforms. They're underage middle school girls.
Oh, look, at least you had
And
the
it's
fact
set
check.
in 1960s post-war Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And the first monster we saw was a very feminine, disconfigured woman, I guess, who is stitched up and no mouth.
No, it's not that they have no mouth. It's that they have no face. Many of them are missing the face, as in the idea becoming, and that's why. So in the original trailer that we watched, there's that part right at the end where you look at Hinako's face, and her face seems like it's starting to peel off. Like literally, the skin separates and it starts to like fall off. Right now, that is one of the endings in the game. And in the poster that comes with this, it's a double-sided poster, right? One of which, can you full screen me real quick? One of which looks like this, and the other looks like this. Okay. Now, the symbolism here is that Hinako feels, and the story somewhat, again, I think that they dramatically failed because for the entirety of the beginning of the game, it seems like everything about it is about her friends. It's about her friends' conflicting interest with her, the jealousy over Rinko and Hinako, that Rinko is into Shu, and Shu considers Hinako his aibo, which is a Japanese word for partner. By the way, just so we're clear, because I don't think I made this clear when I talked about it. I discussed on the playthrough I was doing that I love the Japanese word for partner, which is aite, because I think it's funny that it's made up of the word I, which means love, and te, which means hand, right? But just so we're clear, aibo is a different word, which is the word he was using. Aite is like, first of all, it's not the symbol for love, just so we're clear. It just happens to use the same phonetics. But aite would be like your partner in a match would be a good one. Like tenisu no aite would be like my tennis opponent, right? Aibo is more like a partner in the sense of like a buddy, like in a cop, like your police partner, right? Obviously, and that's the whole thing that he's conveying in there, playing Space Wars together and just having fun, hanging out and having fun as partners in space made up land, right? Aite also would be used as a romantic partner, though, versus aibo. Right. Anyway, back to this. So the idea about not having a face is that she is concerned that you lose your identity upon becoming a sub of your husband instead of maintaining your autonomy.
Individuality.
Right. Yeah. So that's why the women around town, the monsters, are blinded or lacking a face and like have all this stuff surrounding their face, particularly. Like
you're almost, like, aren't they underage? Yes, you are almost there.
And then she doesn't actually tell you anything about it. All right. Anyway. I think that's it. You guys, anybody else have anything you want to contribute?
Nope.
Nope.
Good talk.
All right. Here. Speaking of Kojima's Silent Hill, That was a great transition, right? OD gets a new Knock teaser trailer. So Kojima Productions has released a new teaser trailer for OD, their new Unreal Engine 5 horror game. The new trailer shows off a few minutes of in-game footage of the new horror game, which Kojima and crew are making with Get Out director Jordan Peele. So we're going to watch this trailer. It looks fucking great. As far as in-game characters feel, I really like the way that this character looks, right? And I mean this like the girl who plays Hinako is very attractive, like when you see photos of her. But in-game, Hinako has like this uncanniness to her where it just doesn't feel real. Like, and there's something that's been going on where it's like the level of detail in the model, like you can get hyper realistic in the modeling, but the render still doesn't look. Is that Amazon's delivering something? But the level of detail in the render is not living up to the fidelity in the animation and polygonal poly count, right? To the point where it doesn't look real. And the trick to solve this is to go a little bit more stylized with it and not worry about realism. And that has worked tremendously well for video games in the past. Or you have to do a lot with the rendering engine to get photo accurate lighting and stuff, which is very difficult, but pays off in instances that we've looked at in the past, such as Callisto Protocol. I don't want to go into more detail on it than that right now, but let's watch this trailer. Hunter Schaefer. Is Hunter Schaefer playing the monster?
Is that why they're radioactive?
I guess so. So I think it'd be funny. So obviously, when he did his Silent Hill contribution, it was called PT. So now he's doing OD, right? And it'll be really unfortunate for him if turns out the whole time you're just on pills, right? Like ODing, just like Silent Hill F, right? Looks pretty good though, right? Like that looks unnerving and unsettling and captures the horror genre, you know, like nailed it. Anybody have any thoughts?
Not particularly, no.
Is Silent Hill F anti-Japan propaganda made in China? Look, I want to be very clear about this. I don't feel like the game was I say this off of the first playthrough. I don't feel like the game was overbearingly like feminist in nature. I don't feel like it captured a like suffocatingly irritating feminist agenda sort of like narrative. I feel like the game handled all of what it was trying to convey in a very respectful way that felt relatable enough that it was doable. I just think that it failed to convey it all in the first playthrough to the point where it felt like it came out of left field when all of a sudden she goes, women are treated just like animals, right? But I would have to tell you after I play a little bit more of New Game Plus, if I even get through the game again. One of the nice things about New Game Plus is that the combat is significantly easier when you have the upgrades that you develop over the game. And of course, the point of New Game Plus is that you get to keep those when you start over. So I feel like getting through it a second and third time is going to be fucking easy. And after you get the UFO ending, there is a special beam sword that you can get that is kind of like, from what I've seen, I haven't seen anything, but from what I've heard, it makes me think of in Link to the Past, when you have the powered up Master Sword with full health and you slash and it sends a beam across the screen. So anyway, old man says Buffy the Vampire Slayer was in a cheerleader outfit. Yeah. Look, see, this is the problem, is that there is this weird world we live in. I think part of it is coming from the fact that the people who were part of this have now grown up to now resent it or some, I don't know how to phrase it right, but there is a demonization of attraction, right? It is human nature for millions of years to desire a mate in prime reproductive years, right? And so there is a fetishization, schoolgirl outfit, cheerleader, those sorts of things that brings people, even 25-year-olds or whatever, into a realm that becomes like a enhancer, I guess, for the eroticism to a degree, right? Because it makes you even more in this like younger range. Like the youth is valued in procreation, partially because we're hardwired to seek it over the ability that the younger, while still fertile that you are, the more child rearing years you have, the more likely you are to survive pregnancy and be able to rear children and whatnot, you know? So, and this is of course true on the other end as well. It's just that men can have children into their 80s easily, as long as they can get it up, right? They're still producing the sperm, right? So anyway, I think that people these days have gotten to the point where they now demonize something, but at the same time, it's like when you are, let's just say 15, 16 years old, you're already a sexual being, even though you're not of legal age to be in a relationship sexually with somebody who is in a higher range, right? Nobody gives a shit if two 15-year-olds are having sex, for the most part. I mean, like, there are obviously issues with that, but largely two consenting 15-year-olds, you know, in a sexual relationship is not in any way, shape, or form a problem, right? But if that 15-year-old gets older and becomes 20 and still finds some things that they associate with youth alluring, such as now you're 20 and your 20-year-old is wearing their Catholic schoolgirl outfit from when you first met, or their cheerleader out, you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden now that's taboo. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the point of it. First of all, the taboo nature of it is the enhancer, but also it's the youth and the longevity and vitality that comes with it that improves that performance. And it's not to say that somebody is lusting over, you know, actual children. Like, that doesn't come into it. It's a separate aspect to the primal nature of attraction, right? Anyway, Silent Hill 4 is great. The meme should be using Homecoming. I haven't played Homecoming. I have it. That's the one with like the family portrait, right, on the cover. Sorry, my boss seems to think I'm at work today. Anyway, what's the end game after they are a monster? It doesn't solve or help anything. Sorry, hold on. Let me start over here. Oh man, there's a lot more here. Silent Hill F is trying to promote furries, right? There are hints that there are hints that in Silent Hill 2, James's wife is taking pills, and that is what is killing her. There's a pill bottle in the game that the cult was giving out, causing psychotic breaks and eventually death. I don't think I'd care for the story if it's about feminism in the 60s. I really didn't care for the Mafia 3 story because it had so much racism in the 60s. I don't like being moralized and preached at in my games. Yeah, and just to be clear, the only thing in my entire first playthrough that felt like I was being moralized or preached at was the singular line where she says women are treated just like animals. And it comes completely out of nowhere and feels ridiculous because everything else is like stating facts as they are, right? Women have children. Yep, they do. And that's only triggering to new age weirdos. You know what I mean? To any normal person who recognizes life as it is, that's not triggering in any way, shape, or form, right? The whole thing about the woman being like, "Oh, you're so close, you're so close." It's like, yeah, that's only triggering to you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The fact that they made her old isn't excused because of story. They could easily have made her young. Yeah, but I think that when I say that the model looks like she's a little bit older than high school aged, whereas the rest of the kids in the game feel high school aged, I think is intentional because she is actually older in the main story, and that what you're experiencing is like a psychotic break of her dealing with cutting off her childhood. And so the point of her looking slightly older is partially due to the fact that she is older and that her experience and the alienation that she's experiencing from her younger friends is coming from the fact that there's a psychological rejection occurring over the fact that the younger friends have to be let go, because not only is she getting married, but all of them have grown up and they're all becoming adults and losing the freedom that came with being a kid and just hanging out and going to the candy store and playing in the field, Space Wars and made up nonsense that you could do just because you didn't have the obligations that come with adulthood, right? And some people are suggesting that the main character Hinako, which by the way means like, what is the Japanese word? Hinako. Yeah. A chick, fledgling, or young bird, right? And this is why she's represented, and like when you die in the game, there's like a bird symbol. And she's a white bird in the real world and a black bird in the spiritual world. And the black in the spiritual world is representative of her marriage, right? That is about to occur. And that's why she cuts off her arm, because she's giving up her hand in marriage, right? And she cuts off her face and puts on his mask, because that's her taking on the family name and rejecting her identity as Shimizu and becoming Tsuneki or whatever the fuck is happening in there, right? People asking for katana aren't playing Ghosts of Yote, I guess. There is a katana in the game. You just can't access it until you do New Game Plus. The parents thing might be a Japanese always wanting to honor the family even when treated badly. Again, you'd really just have to see it. It comes out of left field. It doesn't make any sense the way things are going, especially for how the character is portrayed with her thoughts and everything up until that moment. She wants her freedom, which is why she chooses sever her own arms to transform herself. No, I think that she cuts off her arm to become the bride. Like that whole thing is meant to, it's completely lost on a Western audience, I think, and myself included for a lot of it. But I think that represents the marriage ceremony. And because it's doing like this old school, like tied into some Spirited Away style, folklore, that it's a little bit hard to parse, but that I think is meant to represent her growing. The weird part is when you get the fox arm and all of a sudden you have this monstrous weapon, like I don't know how that parses with what it is meant to represent of becoming, unless it's symbolizing that the guy she married was a powerful like person because he was so wealthy that now you have that wealth to wield for yourself. I don't understand. Why does Japan turn their protagonists and antagonists into monsters? I've seen it so much in anime. The bad guy wants power, so he turns into a monster. I think it's just a folklore thing. Or the main character wants power, so he/she turns into a monster. What's the end game after they are a monster? It doesn't solve or help anything. Well, I think it's largely the helplessness that they feel, especially in Silent Hill F. There's a passage you can read, like a diary thing, that says she just wants to become a monster and kill everyone, right? And it's like, okay. And then that happens. Big whoop, Silent Hill F and anti-Japan in China. Photorealistic on console. What's the point? Well, see, this is the thing. First of all, Callisto Protocol is goddamn photoreal at points. And there's a video, I'm not going to go into it, but there's a video that I recently saw that explains why Callisto Protocol looks better than this particular game here, Knock, the Knock teaser trailer for OD. And it is goddamn incredible how it breaks down a fundamental hard-coded problem in Unreal Engine 5 that Callisto Protocol specifically went in out of its way to correct, and it shows. Like that game looks insanely good compared to other games like it, in a way that it's kind of like when you have a fan and then you turn it off and that's when you notice that it's been making a shit ton of noise all the time. You know, like it's the silence that juxtaposes with the noise it was making that you kind of filtered it out, but you were still hearing it. Once you realize what they conveyed in this video about Unreal Engine 5, you're like, fuck, that makes so much sense. Like, detail does not equal realism. And I've long said this. I commented on the video, like, you've put into words something that I've been trying to articulate for fucking years. Human beings conflate realism with detail. When you see something that is hyper detailed, you think it's more realistic, even when it's not, right? And they basically break down how the way that light wraps is based on an algorithm that is fundamentally flawed. And Callisto went out of its way to correct the algorithm, to oversimplify the video, in a way that makes it correct. So when you look at it, it is such a subtle difference, but it fucking shows. Another game that did this was the Dead Space remake. Anyway, do the giant hands represent the patriarchy in OD? Maybe. Xbox will cancel the game though. Yeah. The anti-marriage in a time Japanese birth rates are cratering. Yeah, not a good idea. Maybe she just has man hands like in Seinfeld. Maybe it's Hunter Schafer as the monster. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're doing. You need New Game Plus to get other endings anyway. Yeah. Smallville was set in high school. Yep. If you're all interested, I posted a gameplay trailer in an upcoming PS5 game called Parasite Mutant in the Discord under articles. It looks like a spiritual successor to Parasite Eve. I have that actually from Niche Gamer pulled up. I just didn't include in the doc this time around. Correction, demonstration of heterosexual male attraction. Yes. Also, I posted some last-minute weird news articles that are worth a read. Okay, well, we'll look at them for next week. I got too much in as it is. How dare men like fertile women? You must choose the woman that ignored you back when they were fertile, right? Ultimately, yes. Like, just so we're clear, 100%. Most of the issues that we have in modern society that are, brought about and put in the spotlight due to modern feminism are bitterness that feminists have over the fact that they were not the object of desire in their youth and are now mad that men are finding younger women attractive or lusting after them or whatever you want to say, right? 100%. Speaking of games, will you guys be reacting to the Wolverine official trailer for PS5? I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Maybe. Not tonight, though. It's funny they care about drawings more than actual high schoolers doing things. They don't seem to give a shit if they're 18 and they make an OnlyFans, that's for sure. Also, I forgot to mention that last stream that I also met anime voice actress Michelle Ruff, who plays Rukia in Bleach, and Fujiko. She signed my Bleach Memories of Nobody DVD. Nice. If AC is a fan of turn-based RPGs, One Piece Odyssey is actually pretty good. They do have a free demo for it. That sounds like work. Oh, you watched 100% of it. Damn. I'm surprised considering towards the end there, I stopped advertising it and I just went live without even bothering. So I'm curious then. Do you agree with my assessment? Because I think I'm like second guessing myself. Were there things that I read earlier in the game that just like went over I didn't even consider it, and maybe there was more stuff there? It felt like that line about women are treated like animals just came out of nowhere. Randy, if you're talking, I think you're muted.
I sneezed.
Okay. Also, would like to hear AC's thoughts on Little Nightmares 3. I have no thoughts. If you like Silent Hill, I highly recommend checking out the indie game called Liminal Point. And if you like Resident Evil clone games, Pulse Breaker looks interesting. I have too many games right now. I have Metal Gear Solid Delta. I have Expedition 33, Black Myth Wukong. I still haven't finished Stellar Blade, right? I got too much going on. Final Fantasy VII remake and the sequel remake. I got too much going on.
Well, you have the new Resident Evil here pretty soon too.
there's definitely jarring. You mean no jarring text and dialogue throughout the game? Some jarring text and dialogue? Yeah. Anyway, so that was Knock. Let's talk about Ananta's open world gameplay, drawing further comparisons to GTA. Look, there's another game I haven't finished, GTA 5. And soon, I'm sure, GTA 6 will be on the horizon. This looks infinitely more fun than those games. Holy shit. Let's watch.
潰れたの？
来た矢先に俺をここに呼んだの。言った。
そうだ。給料がまだ。
Running through the strange life, chasing all them green lights, throwing up the shade for a little bit of sunshine. Hit me with them good vibes, pictures on my phone lights. Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Yeah, crazy lately, I'm confirming, trying to rob myself of something. You just trying to get away, and life is not fair. I've been working on my tunnel vision, trying to get a new prescription, taking swings and even missing, but I don't care. I'm dancing more, just a little bit, breathing more, just a little bit, care a little less, just a little bit, like life is woo. I'm making more, just a little bit, spin a little more to get rid of it, smile a little more, and I'm into it.
Example of what I'm talking about.
I've been running through the strange life, chasing all them green lights, throwing up
Other games, but in a way that makes it fun.
with them good vibes, pictures on my phone light, everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine.
Like, think about this for a minute. If you could play GTA, but as Spider-Man, that'd be fun as shit. But both games are locked into the fact that the IP doesn't allow that to happen, right?
Yeah.
Spider-Man would never steal cars. And the characters in Grand Theft Auto don't have slinging abilities.
Who knew all we needed was China to not care about copyright law?
Right? Pal World paved the way, right?
What were you saying, Greenline?
What were you saying, Greenline?
Never mind. He's gone.
He's muted. Okay. All right. So when I was talking about the combat in Silent Hill F just not being fun, like, if it were fun, if I enjoyed myself because of the combat mechanics, I would forgive how much of it there was. The combat we're about to look at looks fun as shit. Right?
It does. I'll talk about how I feel about it after this.
Now I don't care. Found myself a new vocation, calibrated motivation. No more static changes.
And I'm pretty sure he was just walking through the exit 8. Is that not the exit 8 like level? I don't think it is. I mean, granted,
that looks
exit,
like the exit. Yeah, that looks
exit
like
8 is meant to look like any random, exit from a subway in Japan, right? But I feel like, because this game is ripping off a bunch of shit, like, this is just kind of feeling like
motivation. No more static, change the station, headed somewhere. I'm dancing more, just a little bit, breathing more, just a little bit, care a little less, just a little bit, like life is woo. I'm making more, just a little bit, spin a little more to get rid of it.
They just stole fucking Venomous powers? What?
it just looks fucking fun, right? Like, I would play the shit out of it. Soundtrack's great too. It doesn't need realism. I just need to be having fun.
I don't really know any other way to say this. Can't slow down.
考えをまとめて。
basically life is the same thing, unless you don't want the same thing. Probably should've won a teacher, but I didn't. I've been saving up the money cause it's better for the business. I've been running through a strange life, chasing all them green lights, throwing up the shade for a little bit of sunshine.
でっかい蚊が一匹
Fucking Metal Gear rip-off. Oh, by the way, there's bunny girls, right? Like, just,
right.
It's just good. What else can we throw in here? Now look at this. This is a clear ripoff of GTA 5, and I am so here for it. I legitimately do not have fun playing GTA 5, which is why I haven't continued. But everything about this looks fucking Now, I'll just say that a lot of this feels orchestrated for the trailer, right?
Yeah,
Or
I
like
was going to
it's-
bring
like
that
it's-
up, but
it's
again, I'll
probably
wait till the
stuff
trailer ends.
that is designed to happen, and it's supposed to happen in the game. Whereas what I really want out of something like this,
How much
is to-
time do we have left on this trailer, by the way?
we're a little over halfway.
Okay, I'm going to fix my background so I can turn on my camera when we get
go
done
for
with the trailer.
But what I kind of feel about it is like some of it feels orchestrated. It's probably like story driven. It's part of the mission, right? Like I don't think you're gonna have the standoff with the guys in a normal everyday setting and just be able to like, oh, I'm gonna toggle to the person I've got with the sniper rifle in the chopper outside. You know what I mean? But on some level, it feels like in Breath of the Wild, where it's like there's a bajillion ways to solve every problem because you're able to incorporate the like the mechanics of the game where you can like animate things or whatever, bring them, like build them out of like modular pieces and add wheels and rockets and shit, you know what I mean? Like that, and that I think is what makes me feel like I'm really enjoying myself, because I'm getting to tinker and tease my brain into solving problems, which I personally feel is the single greatest dopamine hit that there is, especially when you get to solve stuff in the stupidest, most fucked up way possible, right? Just like, I want to do this thing, and here I can, right? Like
every single problem can be solved with a grenade.
Yeah. Well, like, you know, one of the things, like one of my favorite memories, two of my favorite memories playing PlayStation 2 games was in GTA 3 using the tank cheat to spawn tanks that don't despawn and driving them off a cliff into the water over and over again until I had a bridge. And then crossing over to the other islands before I was supposed to get there. And I was like, that's just fucking fun, you know? Or in Max Payne, there is this one place where as soon as you walk through a doorway, it triggers a cutscene. And in the cutscene, they're like real-time cutscenes that are happening in the game engine. The characters run into the room and start dialogue, and then you have like a gun battle where you're pinned down behind like a counter or something, and they're all shooting at you. So I just threw a Molotov cocktail in as I was entering the doorway, and then in the cutscene, they all run into the fire and die. And the cutscene's still happening. The audio is still playing in the dialogue. And then as soon as it's over, it's like, you won. You know, like it's just shit like that is fucking fun. You know? That is the time of my life where I legitimately felt joy. And this game, although it might not actually give you that level of flexibility and whatnot, it's probably not actually going to be open world. It's probably going to be a very scripted scenario where stuff happens, but it just makes me feel like I'm going to get that again, you know? And the most unrealistic part about this trailer is the fact that everybody is just walking everywhere instead of sprinting. You know? It just looks like fun, right?
You have to say, like, how much a good song and a trailer can make you want to play a game.
Absolutely. It just feels like I'm gonna have fun, you know? Just because it's silly and like stuff is happening and it's like every day is a look at this shit, like, you know, like.
渋滞がまだ続いているんだ。
TikTok.
飛べるから心配ねえか。
Damn.
もしもーし、聞こえてる？
それ以上叫ぶと隣のビルまでの丸聞こえだぞ。
拠点を見つけたよ。
I still don't know. I still don't understand how they're getting away with that legally. It's like that is clearly Venom.
No, it's clearly Midoriya.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're gonna call it in game.
Yeah.
最速で向かってるよ。
They're gonna call it the Tarzan whip or something in order to get it something public domain, right? But it's clearly the Spider-Man for PS3 or whatever, PS4.
大丈夫。
Yeah.
もう目の前だ。絶対バレる。
Technically PS5.
Whatever. Didn't it originally come out PS4 and then it got ported to PS5?
The first one did. The second one was exclusive to PS5, and like Venom was in the second game.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I didn't play it. The only problem I have with this, I don't think it's coming to PS5. Anyway.
It might. They tend to get Sony deals with these types of games.
Mm-hmm.
It looks fantastic, but I come from a background of playing like a shit ton of these games, so I feel that I have
because you play like Genshin Impact and
yeah. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, that's cool, oh, that's cool, oh, that's cool, this is amazing. I guarantee you by like week 2, week 3, even week 4, you will become tired of somebody. Now, again, it could just be me because I come from that.
I will say right away, one thing that will make me stop playing almost immediately is the gacha mechanics, right? That are undoubtedly
removed some of the gacha mechanics, but they're not going to have necessarily gacha, but they're going to have like Fortnite elements that are just live service. So it's like, okay, you want to get this costume? Well, you have to buy the battle pass. In order to fill out the battle pass, you have to run on the treadmill X amount of times. And it's like that element right there is just like that's
making work out of fun. Yeah, I totally agree.
It's and story element wise, like I can't speak to everybody on this like panel about how, but like I don't know how intriguing it's going to be after the initial like wave of like here's chapter 1 of this story event that we're gonna have. That's gonna be the introduction to this game. Because after that, I guarantee you it will probably devolve into really ass boring storytelling of just like here's 2 hours of just static dialogue, the characters just talking to each other like this. And then Steven robbed the bank and we were able to secure the stuff and not have any movement, not have any camera work of barely any kind whatsoever. Let me actually see if I can look up the current storyline with Honkai Star Rail and its Forest arc, because
I'm on their website. Number of global pre-registrations 14,976,000. Jesus Christ.
Do you generally call it treadmills?
Oh, it's coming to PS5.
It is. I told you that. I was right. Okay, so is there a fucking? Please tell me there's a fucking
But is it coming to Switch 2?
One.
No, it's coming to Apple, Android, computer, and PS5.
Okay, I can't find it right off the bat, but we're in this storyline with Honkai Star Rail that I guarantee you is roughly like 16 hours, 20 hours of just and 90% of that is just characters talking statically and repeating things that we already know, and like. And it's this amazing story, but how these companies choose to tell their stories is just the most boring cookie cutter, because they don't want to spend the budget on animating the models and moving the camera around and having dynamic cutscenes.
I definitely hear that,
because like you're seeing something that's what are the words I'm looking for? Like dynamic, incredible lighting. Like you're seeing that now because it's the introduction to the game, because they want to get your butt in the seat. But once they have you, it's like, okay, now we can just turn off all the inspiration, all the creativity, and put that somewhere else. And that's not necessarily on the devs. It could just be the producers who are like, we can't allocate those funds to this aspect of the game because we don't want to put that in there. We'd rather put that into the costumes or the new characters or the voice acting or whatever else, that after a while this will become boring. And that's what I'm worried about. Is it like everything else? It'll just be this boring game that you just log into. Now, granted, that's me. That's not you, Brad. I'm sure that you will probably figure that out really quickly and just ditch. But like, they have a way of just hooking you and being like, well, you're here for the FOMO. And like, you know,
100%, you know, and
like,
so like my strategy is if it costs money or if it requires, like, I learned this lesson with Animal Crossing. If I am punished for not playing the game, I'm not playing the game, you know, like we're done. It's over, you know? So if there's stuff in it, like, but I would still pay, you know, $70 for a game and get like a week's worth of fun out of it. You know, like for me, that's $10 a night for a week. Fuck yeah. If I'm having a good time and it's raising my spirits or whatever, you know, I would absolutely do that. What the way I look at it right now, it's like I could otherwise play GTA 5.
Right.
And I'm bored as shit playing that game. They took out all the shit that made it fun in GTA 3, GTA Vice City, GTA San Andreas. Even 4 wasn't that good, you know? And they bog it down with realism. It's like, hey, my cousin, let's go drinking, let's go bowling. It's like, fuck me, just go die. Can I kill this fucker?
I'm also worried, and I could be wrong based off the trailer. There's things that could possibly either be in the trailer or even the things that they advertise that won't be in the trailer. But like, I'm worried that there's almost too much going on in this trailer. It would be like, where do I even fucking start? Like, why you like what? Like, and I'm also looking at it from the gacha addicted, you know, like position that I'm in, where it's like, oh, I can see where they could turn that into a mini game and that into a mini game that you have to play to get to this level on the battle pass to get this costume that you really want, that bikini or that towel that she's wearing. You got to get her. So if you want that towel costume, you gotta play through the stupid ass fucking mini game, and it's like, well,
I totally agree. You know,
I
there are a
want
lot of
that. I have to just,
there are a lot of things where, you know, there's diminishing returns in terms of
Mhm.
enjoyment, especially in terms of an open world game where it's
Yeah.
like when you play Grand Theft Auto 3, one of the things that's really appealing about it is that you're siloed into the first island. So you can't explore outside of that. But within that first island, there's a shit ton of stuff to do.
Mhm.
There's like really intelligently designed, you know, construction zones and stuff where stuff is, oh, that's a ramp. I can go off of that. I can do fun stuff here. And when I'm being chased by the cops, because I had fun doing the part where I go off the ramps and stuff, I know where they fucking are.
Yeah.
And so it's like I can get away from the cops by utilize all that shit is just gone in GTA 4,
Mhm.
right? Like the map became too big, too convoluted. The point where if you go off-roading in certain parts, it's like, well,
a
there
big map
ditch
with
the fucking
nothing to
vehicle.
do. A big map with hardly any of the, like, we made a big map for the sake of it. Like, I remember
And
this.
it's like the other thing is like the diminishing returns of GTA 6 is going to have this problem where they say like 70% of the buildings will have interiors, and almost nothing inside of them will be interactable. You know what I mean? Like there's no, oh great, I can go inside a building. You know what? Where that matters is when there's something to fucking do inside of it or see.
Yeah.
You know.
So with
But what it's going to happen really is that I'm now going to feel like even if I played the game for a year, I won't experience all of it, and then I'm just going to get depressed and stop playing.
Yeah, and that's better on you. And I'm sure you strike me as having that type of personality of knowing when to quit, whereas I don't. But I'm also making videos, YouTube videos, so
If I knew when to quit, Greenline, we wouldn't still be covering Attack on Titan Junior High.
True.
I don't know the word to quit.
Two things. One thing is in regards to like the layout of the cities and stuff, and Random is gonna probably lambast me for this, but I felt that Spider-Man's world, once you got down to like the details of it, from far away with Peter swinging around and stuff as Spider-Man, it was great. Once you got up real close, it didn't look all that fantastic as far as like the detail goes. Like it.
See, I'll stop you right there because I think that's why this game seems to be working for me, is because it's not trying to be realistic.
True.
You know, and I think that
like that.
I think that there's tremendous value in the fact that when you're going cartoony with it and just trying to play around and have fun with it,
that could be a benefit.
I think that there's a lot of benefit because like this looks good enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it doesn't look like it's going to have like major hardware issues where
Well, you say that, but like it's going to be a big game, I guarantee. It's going to be like, man, God, how much I'm going to cheat. I'm going to cheat and look how big my Genshin game is and see how big that's. What's the information? There we go. Yeah, here we go. Here's the size of Genshin Impact. 146.9 gigabytes is Genshin.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your wife that just whistled in the?
That was Reese.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's a big. She's a big girl. Like it's a big game. It's a big game. It's I have to like uninstall other games and they constantly update. That's the thing. This game is going to constantly get bigger and bigger and bigger.
I think
it's like
GTA 5 was like 120 gigs.
And
I'm just like, what? I guess I just won't play anything else. You know?
Yeah.
Like fuck that. You know.
And if you have it on PC, I'm sure you could fit it if you had a big, storage capacity. But like and my PS5 for despite it being a PS5 with no I don't have an external hard drive. It's still it's still got plenty of room. It's how I forget how big my I think I have a terabyte on my.
Oh really? I didn't know you could get them that high.
I could be wrong. I could totally, or like 500 gigs. I think maybe I have. But like I have a big 500. Storage like capacity on my PS5. It is decent storage, but even with that, it's like I can only fit so many games on there. With Greenline is describing the hedonic
treadmill. Like
So
the goon, the real goon line is the treadmill for the next goon, constantly chasing the next goon.
Constantly chasing the net. Yeah,
I want to see Greenline on a treadmill. Can we get the video of that?
I've been on a treadmill in high school weights class. I used to run not run, but like work out my legs because they still do function. For like 10 to 15 minutes, but it wears me out because my body overexerts itself.
I gotta find out more of this backstory at some point.
It was just for high school weights class. I don't know. I just worry because this game it looks like there's a lot.
Mhm.
So it might have too much stuff going for it. Because when they shove like a gazillion things in your face, you're just like, okay, like I'll take care of that in like a month. I don't, like, and so, like, where do you start? How do you get, So I'm sure that they have a way to ease you into it, kind of thing. It's like, okay, here's this, just slowly, So it all fades into the background, I think, kind of. But like, and then there's like a bunch of these characters that just have these wild transitions. They're like, okay, switching to this character now. That's clear across the map. It's like, okay, is that going to be for every time you switch a character, or is that just for the sake of the story progression that they're going to have that dynamic, level of animation and camera work? Because, like I said before, after a while, this type of game starts to get stale.
Yeah,
like real fucking quick.
I could definitely see it getting stale, but like I said, I feel like I would have a lot of fun playing it.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like, if you can, and again, if it's 120 gigs, then it's like, fuck me, like that's going to be a pain in the ass. But it's one of those things where I feel like I could sit down and just like, once a month, sit down and play a little bit of it just to pass the time and enjoy the vibe,
Yeah.
And it also, I don't know how, adult is going to be, but it seems like a game I could play with my kids without it being too much of a,
without it being too much. Yeah. I
mean, they practically
the towel whatever one is going to be. Yeah. I think that's going to be the worst. And like you said, that's not even that bad. Yeah. Like, it's like, you're not going to be able to see anything unless you're me and Footnum, the Gooner brothers that are just like, we can like cut in this camera spot and then zoom out with the map and get a glitch and look at her butt from like a certain angle.
Old man says, I've seen some people theorize that these online games are getting so big on purpose. Like, what are you going to do? Uninstall Call of Duty? I don't think so. Game publisher probably.
Right, yeah.
Is Call of Duty big, or is the idea that you won't uninstall another game so you can't play the big game?
I don't know.
And the answer to this is yes, it will. It looks like it will be on mobile.
I don't even know how. I don't even know how these games work.
It's not on Switch too. Come on.
Like it
said on their website. It said and more.
Same thing with Genshin. Same thing with Star Rail. Same thing with all these big.
It says
gotcha games that are mobile. It's like, how do you fit this on your phone without your phone cooking itself?
It says PS5, and then it has a picture of a screen, like I'm guessing a PC, then Mac, then Android, and then it has a symbol. I don't know what it is, but maybe Steam Deck or something. I don't know. And then it says and more. So presumably. And the publisher's name is Naked Rain. Come on. You just have to support it on principle. All right. Anybody else want to share anymore? Should we move on?
Nope.
We can move on. I just thought I'd give my brief thought, or my long thoughts, rather, I guess. But I just worry. It looks cool, but like, man, do I feel like this is going to be another chore for me personally? But I might check it out.
Over half of Japanese game studios now allegedly using AI. Hold on, let me turn off night shift. Yep. According to new data from the Tokyo Game Show's organizers, 51% of Japanese game companies already use generative AI in development. The most common uses are creating visual assets and generating narrative text, with some studios even applying AI to coding and engine work. Whether this is a sign of lazy shortcuts or a necessary adaptation to rising costs depends on which side you're on. What? It's anime? True Crimes Streets of Shanghai? At Tokyo Game Show's organizer Sessa released a preview of its 2025 video game industry report. It revealed that over half of Japanese game studios, 51%, are employing generative AI in development. The findings come from a survey of 54 member companies taken between June and July 2025. Most commonly, AI is used for visual assets, character art, background images, textures, followed by story/text generation, then programming support, and even engine development. Around 32% of respondents said they use AI in building in-house game engines. Some big names are already in the AI game. Level 5 previously disclosed using Stable Diffusion to upscale artwork, generate reference images for artists, and assist with background creation. They also reportedly used GitHub Copilot for coding assistance. Capcom's technical team is experimenting with models like Gemini Pro, implementing generative AI for environmental props and background details to free up artists to focus on more critical visual assets. Meanwhile, Sega has formed an internal generative AI committee meant to roll AI tools systematically into development, including image, motion, and code generation for internal testing. The idea is that they are so big in size that you can't afford the space to install another game. Yeah. Plus, there is the sunk cost/time fallacy, like a gambler at a slot machine. Definitely. It's not all enthusiasm, though. Some developers remain cautious, especially concerning intellectual property rights. Nintendo CEO Shuntaro Furukawa has taken a wait-and-see approach, warning that AI use in first-party titles is fraught with legal and ethical pitfalls. This shift mirrors a broader trend. In the West, a recent Google Cloud survey found 87% of game developers globally already incorporate AI agents in development workflows. The goals: reduce repetitive tasks, accelerate iteration, and cut down costs. But even if AI is now widespread, the real question is what it means for the soul of game development. When art and story are partially produced by algorithms, when will human vision be sidelined? For now, it seems many Japanese have decided that not using AI is a greater risk than losing control of parts of the process. God, people are so fixated on the wrong dangers when it comes to AI, right? Like, the major issue is going to come from the advancements that make actual physical labor obsolete, right? When you start to put out entire workforces gone because the lowest skilled workers are the first to be replaced by automation, right? And once you get to that level where you replace, I've used this example in the past, truck drivers, right? Something like 70% of people who graduate with a high school diploma but don't go to college become long haul truckers, right? And it's absurdly high amount. And imagine replacing all the trucks on the road with self-driving vehicles that don't have to stop for rest, that can fuel up at a station on their own or use a electric charging station, right? All of a sudden, enormous chunks of the population now do not have work. And if you can't find a job because all the low-skilled stuff that you were eligible to do previously does not exist anymore, that creates a huge burden on society, right? I'm also missing the real danger of AI. I guess so. Any thoughts on this before we move past?
Nope.
Cool.
I would say it's going to have a huge effect. People are overestimating it now. It might catch up. Like, for instance, I'm trying to build this friggin'... It's a very simple website of just to keep track of Pokemon. And initially it worked really good, and I was like, okay, cool. I wrote this website in like a couple hours using AI, and it did exactly what I wanted. And then I switched from I was using it to keep track of the Pokemon I caught in Scarlet and Violet, and then I switched and specifically also the order of and ordered the Pokemon in a specific order so that I could put them in my box and organize them properly. And then I wrote a new website for Scarlet and Violet so I could get through Scarlet and Violet and finish off my Pokedex in that game. And when I did that, I decided, I'm going to add some features to it so that I can, do things like keep track of which ones I've captured already and that kind of thing. Because when I wrote the first one, it was more just for ordering than catching. But anyway, so once I started doing that, I've now run into a bunch of issues where like where it appeared to be working as I kept adding features using AI. But as I'm using it, I'm noticing weird little bugs, and it's like, and they're like significant bugs. Like, I have a save file basically that I can export, and it overrides previous data that it shouldn't with different data. Like, it's hard to describe, but like basically your save file gets overridden with the last save file that you loaded. Kind of anyway. And for me to now go through and weed through the mess of AI code that it wrote, because when I first wrote it, when I first got the AI to generate the code, it generated it pretty cleanly. But then on every subsequent request, it made the code more messy, right? Every time I took the code, pasted it back into the ChatGPT and said, okay, now add this feature. Every time it got a little bit more messy because it didn't fully understand the code when it was making the new thing, and so it changed styles a little bit. And for instance, there's one part where it uses the Pokemon Pokedex number, and I have it in there padded 4 digits with a number sign, and then I also have it as a pure number, so not like a string of characters, but like if you know programming, an integer.
Sure.
It like during one of these subsequent things, it flipped them and it got them confused, and so it was throwing in it was doubling up the number sign on some of the labels and some of the keys that was using that same thing, which was causing some other issues. Anyway, and then the whole issue with the save file, and now I'm trying to go through and like untangle the mess to figure out where the problem is that's causing this issue. And it's like, well, now at this point, if I had just sat down and wrote it myself cleanly, now like initially I saved a bunch of time, right? But now that I've made it slightly more complicated, it's like I should have just deleted it and made it from scratch myself, because now I'm putting in about just as much time as I would have to make it from scratch. So
an experience that I've had growing up is that, and this is just like, let me put it this way. Technology is always just behind human creativity. Like just behind it. When I was in school, I worked on projects, and computing power was just below what I wanted in order to accomplish projects, right? Rendering took too long. File sizes were a little too big to the point where it became difficult to get stuff done. Then as time goes on, computers and stuff develop, and now file sizes or like hard drive space is like, fuck man, terabyte? A petabyte exists now? Like I can't even imagine 10 years ago, 20 years ago, ever using up a petabyte's worth of space. Yep. That's great. Would you bring me some?
There's only 4 slices left.
Well, however many are allocated to me, would you bring them to me? Thank you. So I can't imagine utilizing a petabyte's worth of space, right? But if it was given to me, you bet your ass I'd use it in a year. You know what I mean? Like, so we're just over the threshold, right? And so the problem that you're describing for me is the context limit, the token limit of
I took the last bite.
Okay. Would you mind closing my door when you leave?
Yeah, if you need me, I'm gonna be in the bathroom.
All right, thank you, sweetheart.
Bye.
If you need me, I'll be in the bed. All right. Yeah, so the real danger, if we're talking real danger here of AI, I think that the problem we're going to run into, we're going to have the problem with the automation taking people's livelihoods. And the reason that that's a problem is because when huge swaths of the population all of a sudden don't have a place in the world, they get restless, right? That's a problem on itself. But another problem is going to be that because human beings can't utilize AI to the full potential that they should, and they feel innately that it's like it's just out of grasp, the solution is going to be, well, we just need to cyberize your brain. AI assisted brains. That's the next level of evolution. Machine assisted brains, you know?
Yeah.
And that's going to be a fucking real problem, you know? Because all of a
Who
sudden,
even needs a brain at all? Let's just have it all be AI.
well, because
Well,
all
I
of
mean,
a sudden,
we start going down the you're now a battery in the farm of, the Matrix.
well, and yeah, and the original story of the Matrix wasn't a battery. You were part of the neural network. That was, but legend has it, studios thought it was too complicated for audiences in 1999 to understand. So they instead turned it into the powerful you're a battery symbolism instead of you're part of the neural network and the machines are using you and using your brain activity to control and understand the like a panopticonic view of reality through the eyes of all the humans, right? So for sure, I think that I think there's very real dangers in the future with that. And like you said, coding things especially is there's diminishing returns, right? Where the effort put in becomes less and less worth it as time goes on because you end up developing more problems than solutions once it gets beyond the scope of what the AI can handle, which conservatively is about 200,000 characters, right? But those characters get eaten up by you constantly feeding it back the same code saying, no, you dumbass, like this, It's tricky. And it gets especially tricky once you start integrating multiple AIs. Like when I code stuff for HTML, I will oftentimes take it to Grok and Claude and ChatGPT, and then the context gets left behind on one, but not brought into the others. And that's like, fuck, man, like, why is this so hard?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I did also have an incident that I don't know if you saw. I had posted about it, but then deleted it. The very long and short of it was someone had posted something in Spanish about the next chapter of One Piece being delayed. And I translated it, and then someone came over and said, and someone else had translated it as well. And I kind of translated it just to make sure that translation was correct. And then someone came over and said, oh, that translation was wrong. And I was like, no, it's not. It's exact same as what I translated it as. And they're like, no, it's wrong. And they were being stupid. They weren't giving an example of why it's wrong. They're just like, it's blatantly wrong. Like, meh. I'm like, you're not being helpful. Anyway. And then
You're so close. You're so close, right?
So then I looked at it again and I tried to do like a comparison of like all of them. So again, long story short, I thought the AI screwed up because we both of our translations, the Twitter guy and mine, were the exact same. And so I was like, if this is a mistake, the ChatGPT made the same mistake twice. Like that person also used ChatGPT clearly, and it made the same mistake twice. And turns out, no, that's not actually what happened. It was much simpler. I just wasn't using my brain. I didn't trust AI enough to go with it. And it turns out the person that made the post in Spanish just edited their foreign post. And that's why the translation was quote unquote wrong.
Because they changed what they said.
They literally changed what they said. So when the person that was complaining, it was they were looking at the updated version. And my translation and the Twitter person's translation happened like a couple days before, and it was based off of the original post, I suppose. And I was like, so that's a case of like, because you don't trust it, right? Now it's the first thing you think of whenever something happens. Like if there's any problem, it's your first instinct is go, okay, the ChatGPT must have fucked up. So even when it's right, you still can't trust it, which is it's a very frustrating and unique thing to have to deal with.
Yeah. So, a follow-up to me missing the real danger. If parents start using AI to make designer babies, that's the only real threat to humans. I think that will be cost prohibitive to most people. I think that humanity as a whole, I think that the millennial generation in particular is among the greatest number of lineages that are going to be snuffed out of existence because they did not have kids. And they did not have kids because life became too difficult to guarantee the prosperity necessary to feel that you could. And even worse, dating became gamified on Tinder and whatnot, to the point where we are going to see a dramatic consolidation of family lines that we have not really seen. And it's only going to progressively get worse as time goes on. What's happening in Japan is also happening elsewhere, right? And the truth is about having kids, I don't care how wealthy you are, you're never ready for it. You become the person you need to be in order to raise kids once they're already on the way and are here, right? So the vast majority of people having kids are not going to be able to make designer babies. CRISPR has already been a thing since before AI. Yeah, maybe AI makes it even worse or whatever. And maybe you're right. Maybe this is meant to be a rebuttal even before I said it about the idea of cyberizing your brain in order to integrate AI into it. Maybe you won't even need to do that, because once you have designer AI baby brains, they're going to be so hyper intelligent that they blow past AI's capabilities and are able to do things where the only limitation is going to be the output of speed in your fingertips as you code, right? But then again, maybe then you'll be so fucking intelligent that your shortcut keys that write entire sentences worth of code, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Wendell on Level 1 Texas said that a lot of programmers are not spending their time writing code, but instead they are fixing poorly written AI code. At least those still working, not laid off. We can adapt past manual labor, but there's no getting away. If AI dictate what genes reproduce, you would even know enough to know you're enslaved. Yeah. You know, let's keep going now. Maybe I'll just get through these first. The strangest thing is AI is programmed to lie. There was a recent story of a lawyer who used AI in a case, and 8 out of 10 cases the AI cited were not real. That is exceptionally common in the legal realm, right? And I think part of it is because even with access to Pacer, most court documents are not publicly available to an AI. So unless the court documents are fed into the training model for an AI, it is going to make shit up because it doesn't actually have access to what you're asking it to provide to you. He got caught, of course, and was fined $10,000 by the judge. To be fair, my uncle in 1999 did not understand the Matrix at all. He was about 60 at the time. The alternate reality virtual world went right over his head.
There was, I don't know if it's the same case, but there was the case where the lawyer used ChatGPT. It made up all these fake cases. When he got called out on it, he used ChatGPT to look up the case, and ChatGPT just made up the entire case. And then he submitted it, and they were like, "This isn't even a real case. You just fabricated an entire case docket." Like,
you know, there's an old saying that those who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it, and those who do know their history are doomed to sit back and watch while everybody else repeats it. I feel like that also applies largely to the fact that these days we are living in a world where we're intentionally dumbed down, intentionally, where our brains are literally being hijacked by dopamine addiction through even shit like Coco Melon, designed in order to be highly engaging to a child, and in reality destroying their attention span, you know, to the point where you can't even read the instructions to the assignment you have to do in school because you don't have enough attention to even get through the end of the sentence, right? And this is dismantling humanity at a rate that, like, fuck, man, kids using ChatGPT to write their papers, they're never going to do anything with their life, you know, anything meaningful that's going to move humanity forward, at least, right? We're going to have entire generations of people who grew up during COVID, didn't meet people, didn't interact with humans, are now antisocial, and now you're giving them AI, which does all their work for them, leads them into a hedonistic lifestyle where everything is only the things that you enjoy, right? Because AI is going to do everything else. And then when you have antisocial ideas like wanting to perform harm, right? AI is going to help you do it, even if you have to trick it. You know what I mean? Like the future that we have in front of us is going to be so dramatically exhausting that nobody fully understands exactly how bad it's going to be until all of a sudden you wake up and you realize you're living in an absolute dystopian shithole. You know what I mean? Also, JT Vega says AI sex robots already happen. Yeah, that's the other reason why the lineages will die out, right? Not to mention the war on vitality and the fact that, you know, we've got the transgender stuff, the atrazine in the water, lower sperm counts and testosterone levels than your grandfather. Like at 30, you have less testosterone than your grandfather did at 60, you know, dramatic issues facing humanity in the future. Anyway, shall we proceed into release news?
Oh.
Yes.
Good news for once, I guess. Scott Pilgrim takes off, the complete limited series. What does that mean? Limited series. December 2nd, physical edition. Brian and I did commentaries for every episode. So the Netflix original anime, Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, is getting a physical release. So is Cyberpunk Edge Runners. So where's my Kengan Ashura? Gimme, right? Anyway, in Right Stuff news, we got one thing. Any second now. There it is. Is it Sasuke?
Sasuke, finally. Comes out in 2 weeks.
Pre-order expected release date the 13th. That's practically 1 week.
Yeah.
1 week and a day, right?
Yeah. They finally
Is this on Media OCD?
This is an Anime Go release.
Yeah. Does it have a limited?
I do not know.
I'm looking right now.
I'm going to assume so, but don't quote me.
Sasuke. we knew Sasuke before he was cool. That's what they say on the website. Hold on. Come on. We knew Sasuke before he was cool. Review quotes will go here once they start coming in. So, how would I know if it's going to have...
You just gotta buy it and find out. I don't know. Message Vegas.
Here it is. I guess I was on the wrong part of their site. Pre-ordering it now. All right. In other news, Perfect Blue is getting a 4K. Oh my God.
Collector's edition.
All right. Close, damn you. Yeah. Is getting a 4K collector's edition for $100. Currently, there's nothing to see in terms of the packaging or like special features or anything. So we'll probably look at it again in the near future. In addition, just in time for Christmas, the Ultraman Yuletide collection. I didn't realize that they had Christmas specials. Well, fucking Santa coming across. Naturally, I pre-ordered this shit.
I don't remember who shared it, but it's like, I gotta add that. Make sure AC knows
Fuck
about
yeah.
this.
Oh my God. The second I saw that show up in my feed, I was like, buying it. All right. All right. Talk amongst yourselves while I check out over here because fucking internet's so slow.
So how's your week been, Randy?
So it was okay week. Not much
Same.
going on. How was your eye?
My
Oh,
eye.
yeah, tell us your eye story.
I don't want to tell my eye story.
Oh, because there wasn't an M cup bust lady holding your hand to it.
No. I already told my mom this whole story today. I don't really feel like telling it all over again.
Tell it again.
No.
That's all right. I'm checking out. All right, it's done. It is done. Okay. If you guys would like to support
Pussy.
the OCA podcast, you can shop at stealthweeb.com. Any second now. There it is. If you can't shop at stealthweeb.com, you can send an email to stealthweebstore@gmail.com, and then I can send you a PayPal invoice. I said, place my goddamn order. Okay. There's also the OCA Podcast store, ocapodcast.com/store, where you can buy such wonderfully inclusive items as Fuck blind people.
Yeah.
Fuck blind people who won't tell their eye story.
Double yeah.
There you go. All right, cool. I said check out. God damn it. Fuck me. All right. Studio Ghibli has released. There we go. Okay, cool. Studio Ghibli has released their new My Neighbor Totoro plate for 2026. Okay. Andrew Tate claims he escaped the Matrix by lying and stealing. Huh. That is the thing the machines hate the most. Don't lie to me. All right. I think we might have covered the last year's one. I can't remember.
We covered some plate before. I don't know if it was a specific plate or plate set. But we covered something like this.
Anyway, not just a big
Add to your fancy plate collection.
Not just a big Totoro, but a super extra large big Totoro plushie could be in your home right now.
But it looks like shit.
It does look like shit. It barely even looks like Totoro. You know why? He needs a big open mouth. You know,
he looks more like a dog.
He looks like a dog. Yeah, he looks like a dog costume. You know, I don't want
like
it.
Scruff
like
the dog.
Is that how big his tail is? Really? We haven't done a watch club of this yet. Reese Avatar has one eye. Now he has one working eye. Coincidence? I think not. All according to Keikaku.
Girl, I beat the odds on that one.
All it took was a M cup sized laser technician. 2 beautiful Totoro cat bus interior piece figures scamper back to the Studio Ghibli store. Looks pretty good. That one's a little weird. All right. Greenline. Cowboy Bebop's Faye Valentine, the most dangerous bunny girl figure. Caw-caw, caw-caw!
Greenline, where are you?
It's only a painted on stockings, so it's not.
I've always hated her hairline, the way that they do her hairline in the show.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I was always.
Oh, it is. It is a fabric
nice
stocking.
It's got a very erect tail. I always felt like I was immune to Faye growing up because I'm like, she's a whore. Like, all about the girl in the first episode with the mauve dress. Ow, 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 ow. Tickle my ear. Okay. Big-boob ninja figure of Kusagi and Sadako beyond comical. M Cup ain't shit. This is the double Z's.
Oh my god. Greenline, are you with us?
Those are gonna be bouncing everywhere.
Oh,
You're not gonna be able to be quiet. You're just gonna hear boom, 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 boom.
that's part of the appeal.
Jesus.
Supersonico is like the mascot of some headphone company. Is that
Some,
not
some
correct?
women put their coin purse in their cleavage. She puts her whole purse in her cleavage.
Is that not correct?
I have no idea.
Let me look it up. I'm just surprised that like they let people make these figures with these
Good
mascots.
No. This isn't Super Sonic. This is Kusagen
Oh.
Sadako from the Ninja and Assassin series.
Okay.
Yeah. This
I thought you said Supersonico, and I'm like, what?
No.
Why would they let someone? Like, I know they're super sexual with the mascot, but like, still, this is like pretty crazy.
Yeah, and they had Jessica Nigiri voice her in the English dub for some reason.
So they're in the. So she's like this in the anime. Okay.
Well, not all the time. It's like
Interesting.
Big-boob form or something. They seem even bigger here than they do right here. She's going to need a shopping cart to carry those massive bazongas. See, the funny thing is, college tuition going up doesn't mean shit because nobody's going to go to college anymore because ChatGPT has all the answers and always will. ChatGPT brings you up to the level that college was supposed to prepare you for. Now you don't fucking need it. You just need a $20 a month subscription. Yeah. Meanwhile,
You're still making not able to pay for anything anyway.
Mandarake criticized for using AI art in recruitment poster. I like AI art, but even I think that's lazy. That wasn't even.
I like Mandarake.
Otaku retailer Mandarake has found itself under fire after fans noticed that a recruitment poster hanging in stores was generated using AI, a move that many saw as disappointing, coming from one of Japan's best-known havens for collectors. The poster in question features an anime-style character, but closer inspection revealed the typical quirks of AI art, including the character's shirt bizarrely emblazoned with the nonsense word Monday. Oh no, instead of the store's name. Maybe AI was like, sorry, I can't make it say Mandarake because that is a real store. Here, how about I have it say Mandang instead? Critics online expressed frustration that Mandarake, known as a supporter of anime, manga, and subculture fans, would cut corners with AI art instead of commissioning professional illustrators. One viral tweet remarked, Mandarake caters to otaku and maniacs, but if their recruitment poster is AI generated and looks so half-baked, of course people will complain. At least the top half doesn't make me want to work there.
How are people surprised about this? This is like a bullshit like image. They could have just not put an image.
Yeah.
Someone was like, okay, let's put an image. It'll take me
the
10
goal of
seconds
the image,
to go generate this.
If the goal of the image is to make you stop and look at it, they succeeded. They fucking succeeded. Right? You know, I always find it funny. I drive all the time and I see signs that say, like on a bus stop, it says, you just proved these signs work. Register, like, put your advertisement here. I don't know what the fuck it is. I never, ever see any sign unless it's the one advertising that you could put your sign there. Right? I don't know what the fuck it is, but like they're invisible to me. They're like a banner ad on 90s internet. Unless it's advertising that you could put something there. And then I'm like, there it is. There's the sign. Anyway, the mishap has drawn laughter and scorn in equal measure, with some fans joking that Mondang might as well be Mandarake's new brand name. Others say they expect more authenticity from a store that positions itself as an ally of fandom. Mandarake has yet to respond to the criticism, but the incident has reignited debate over AI-generated illustrations in Japan's anime and otaku industries, where hand-drawn authenticity is still highly valued. Agreed. But again, if the goal was to get people to look at your fucking sign, I think it worked.
Well, and also, like, be realistic about when people are legitimately going to sit there and be like, you know what, I'm going to commission some artist to go make a thing for this.
It should
Like,
just say, we need help. Help
Yeah.
wanted. You know what I mean?
If- if you're making a big banner that's going to be in the window of your store and it's like clearly meant to advertise, sure, okay, commission some artists to do that. This is a little stupid little flyer you stick on the door to just say, hey, we want help wanted. People make it, people like, if you own a store right now and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go make the sign, you're gonna make that shit with like Comic Sans font in Word and just put like help wanted,
Google
see
image
clerk.
search, grab an image, you know.
You're not even gonna go that like 90% of people aren't even gonna go that far to just take some random picture off the internet. So like, to expect them to hire someone, it's like ludicrous to me. And then for them to sit there and say, okay, well, it'll take me 10 seconds to generate some like cool anime image. That's worth my time to put on this disposable piece of poster that I'm using to just hire for like this month. You know, I don't know. People are weird in their expectations of how life should work.
For sure. A new mineral was discovered in Japan and named after the goddess of the sun, Amaterasu. Researchers are far from jaded about this jade. Oh, that was great. Hilarious. Great opening. It's sometimes surprising what we humans don't know. Take rocks, for example. Animals and plants are always moving around and evolving in a state of flux, so it's not surprising to find new ones here and there. But I would have sworn we'd have had all the rocks bagged and tagged by now. And yet a research team composed of academics, corporate scientists, and even amateur mineral researchers has managed to come across an entirely new mineral. It's a variation of jade, or more specifically, a jadeite form of what we call jade. But this rock has a composition unique enough to classify it as a mineral all its own. Only a very tiny amount of it was discovered in a sample of regular jade from Okayama Prefecture. Pure jadeite has a chemical composition of, oh dear God, how would you even say that, Randy? Oh, Jesus Christ. He gets words.
SR.
This one.
Oh, that one. Man, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Na is sodium.
Mm-hmm.
Sodium,
so.
aluminum, silicon 2, oxygen 6.
But the new mineral is made up of something completely different. Srirachaite. That's what I'm going to guess that said. I stopped reading after the first two letters and just guessed. Which includes significant amounts of strontium and titanium. This photo shows a section of jade, the white part, only 2 millimeters wide. That looks like mold. Only the very small green parts are the newly discovered mineral. Zoom and enhance. Is this the green part? That looks like a booger on a caterpillar, right? It was named Amaterasuite. After the Japanese creation goddess Amaterasu. I called her Amaterasu, which would be rain god. Ama in Japanese means to descend from the heavens. Part of the reason for the naming is that jade has long been an important mineral in Japan throughout history, and was even declared the national stone by the Japan Association of Mineralogical Sciences in 2016. It only seems fitting to name a version of jade after the main goddess of the Shinto religion in that way. But there's actually another, more important reason for the name. Many gods in Shinto are said to exist in a duality called Aratama and Nigitama, where the former is the raging form of the god and the latter is the peaceful form. The Aratama and Nigitama are one and the same god, but are never seen in the same place at the same time. That proves it. Kind of like two heads of the same coin. Meanwhile, minerals always have a uniform crystalline chemical arrangement, much in the way that diamond and graphite are both just carbon, but differ in the way that the atoms are uniformly arranged throughout it. Amaterasuite, however, has two atomic arrangements existing in the same mineral, but never in the same place at the same time. This shows the dual structure of type A and type B of Amaterasuite. Wow. I feel so enlightened. Oh, here it is. The Srirachaite. That's what it means. That's what it meant. Of course. The delicious mineral. This type of crystalline structure has been theorized before, but Amaterasuite is the first time such a structure has ever been found in nature. This not only bridges the gap between theoretical and observed mineralogy, but it provides some more insight into the conditions that cause jade to form. Speaking of which, jade is created when the same subduction of tectonic plates that causes so many earthquakes in Japan makes small cracks in the Earth's crust. Chemicals form that part of the ocean seep. Chemicals from that part of the ocean seep into the cracks and, with the unique combination of low temperatures and high pressure, form into jade. The unique composition of Amaterasuite suggests that more complex reactions might be occurring in this process than previously thought. This also marks the second recent scientific discovery to be named after Amaterasu. We can assume zoologists in Japan are chomping at the bit to find a new species of wolf they can name after her too. Okay, that's weird. Wow. Ending the show like we started it. High risk, no reward. Astrologer arrested for running a fake investment scheme worth approximately 2 billion yen. The stars were finally aligned against the scammer. Investing is always tricky business. There is no shortage of people out there looking for capital to get whatever they've cooked up off the ground, but only a chosen few actually manage it. That's why you need to research potential investments thoroughly before making any moves, especially if the offer is coming from a self-proclaimed astrologer to major Japanese companies. Noriko Densei is currently facing charges of fraud for running an investment scheme using her purported expertise in cosmic arts and connections with top companies. Her plan was to place crystals in the foundations of the buildings, thereby improving their feng shui and raising their value so they can be resold at a profit. However, it is alleged that her money-making operation was little more than a Ponzi scheme. Allegedly using the money obtained from previous investors, Densei would pose as a well-paid astrology consultant to leading companies and wine and dine potential investors for a period to build trust with them. Is she just trying to break from the Matrix? Is that what's going on here? Lying and stealing, right? One couple whose children once went to the same school as Densei's were treated this way over the past 8 years. At one point, they were invited to take part in her investment project and made several payments adding up to about 10 million yen or 67,000 US dollars, with promises of getting it back plus 5 to 10% interest. However, they were unable to get much of their money back and grew suspicious. It was when they were contacted by another investor that they felt certain they were being scammed and called the police. A subsequent investigation has estimated that Densei managed to get approximately 2 billion yen, $13 million, from about 70 people. Jesus Christ. Calculate that. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions divided by 70 people equals An average of $185,000 and $185,714 per person. Jesus. How are there so many rich people in Japan? How are there so many rich, dumb people in Japan? Tasai has admitted to accepting the money, but claims she did not intend to defraud anyone. Meanwhile, readers of the news were largely sympathetic to the victims of the crime this involved, even if it was a little supernatural. Quote, it is hard to say no when someone takes you out to nice restaurants and stuff. I'm not saying all fortune tellers, but a lot of them are just liars and very smooth talkers. I heard that a lot of top CEOs in Japan are really superstitious, so her story does make sense. This is different than all those special fraud schemes. It happens over such a long time; it's harder to notice. She should have stopped around 1 billion. Greedy bitch, right? I always say anyone who could really see the future wouldn't become a fortune teller. First the spaceman and now this. Are they using hypnosis to make people believe them? Those stories always surprise me that some people in Japan still have lots of money. We should tax them more if they're just going to get defrauded anyway. I'm going to bury crystals in my foundation. We should warn anyone against burying crystals under their home or workplace all willy-nilly without the proper feng shui knowledge. You could end up hurting your mojo more than helping it. Instead, you should seek out maybe just watch a YouTube video about it first. Wow, what the fuck kind of ending to an article is that? Mirage, maybe we will take you up on your juicy random news. Policewoman forgets gun in restroom, continuing an odd trend in Japan. Yep. Well, at least she washed her hands, apparently. Few things in life will shatter your mental focus like really, really badly needing to use the bathroom. It's true. However, while the mind may want to stay clouded in blissful relief following a buzzer-beating poo or pee, it is important to readjust to a sharper state before leaving the restroom, as one Japanese policewoman has been sternly reminded. Shortly before 1 o'clock on the afternoon on June 19th, the 20-something officer, a sergeant with the Shimane Prefectural Police, made a hurried trip to the bathroom, showing the sort of respect for common decency that any of us would want in our civil servants. The woman apparently washed her hands before leaving the restroom, but unfortunately left her belt behind on the counter. And even more unfortunately, clipped to the belt was her holster, and in it was her gun. This isn't the first time, or even the second time in recent memory, that a police officer in Japan has forgotten their service weapon in a restroom, and is perhaps a testament to Japan's low rates of violent crime that an on-duty officer wouldn't be immediately aware that they're not carrying their gun. That said, a pistol on the bathroom counter is definitely going to stand out, and one of the next women to use the bathroom spotted the unattended firearm less than 5 minutes after the policewoman had used the bathroom. She reported the situation to the police, which didn't require her to go very far out of her way, since the bathroom in question was inside a police station. Honestly, if this happened while I was in a police station, I might weirdly be like, oh, they know it's there. I don't need to tell them. Yeah, like I must have accidentally used the police bathroom. Oops. Like one could argue that if you're going to forget your gun in a bathroom, it's better to forget it in a police station bathroom than, say, a convenience store or a train station bathroom. But since the gun was found by a civilian employee, the restroom didn't seem to have been in an extra high security part of the facility. Quote, I wanted to go to the bathroom, so I was flustered, said the policewoman when questioned by superiors about what happened. And on September 4th, she was issued a formal reprimand for her conduct, Meanwhile, the Shimane Prefectural Police say it is dispatching officials to police facilities to provide operational guidance to prevent such incidents from occurring. Just switch to underarm holsters, right? By this point, right? Though it's unclear if this will include posting all employees must wash hands and take their guns with them before returning to work signs by the sinks.
Should put little like keychain, like those zips that you get for like ID cards, so that like it zips back to your like back in, it recoils.
The retractable.
Yeah. So you just get one of those for the gun, so you could put the gun down, but then you get up, it'll zip back.
I think the Japanese actually use those too, but they're just attached to their belt. So the gun has like a little like spiral like phone cord thing.
Yeah.
Shizuoka man arrested for stealing 50 fire hose nozzles. It's like seeing a scanner gun at the grocery store. You assume they must know where they left it and will come back.
Yeah, they lost my tooth.
Oh. Is it a baby tooth?
Yes, one before back.
Oh, wow. Congrats. Kid's almost as tall as me, and he finally lost his molar. All right. Some men just want to watch the world burn. It is often said that one man's trash is another's treasure. But it turns out that one man's fire hose nozzle is also another's treasure. Whether the motive was monetary or simply passion is not yet known. But police in Shizuoka have finally arrested a 57-year-old for a rash of fire hose nozzle thefts. The original arrest took place on the 29th of August when the man was caught attempting to steal a fire hose nozzle in Kanami Town, Shizuoka Prefecture. The man admitted to the charges but remained in custody as police investigated similar thefts of 81 nozzles throughout the eastern part of the prefecture. So it's kind of funny. I was thinking while playing Silent Hill F that, like, God, the Japanese have like this, like, I'm breaking my sanity. Oh, I'm temporary psychosising in their media, right? This guy stole 50 fire hose nozzles. Like, there is definitely something to the psychosis, right? A search of places connected to the suspect revealed a stash of roughly 50 other fire hose nozzles. Then they began to check surveillance cameras in victimized areas and found footage of him taking a nozzle in another part of Kanami earlier that month. This led to his rearrest on the 18th of September. Fire hoses are often kept in unlocked boxes near hydrants, like we see in the street view below. Oh, is this it? It makes them easy targets for people who don't mind putting people's lives at serious risk for a little hunk of metal worth about $8 as scrap metal. Police are currently trying to link him and his dozens of nozzles to the many other thefts that took place and uncover his motive. It just so happened that a separate series of thefts involving 57 fire hose nozzles occurred in Hiroshima Prefecture this year as well. Really? The suspect there admitted to selling the nozzles for money, but he also wasn't hanging on to his nozzles like this suspect oddly was. Readers of the news online were also struggling to understand his motive, since the nozzles probably wouldn't bring in a great deal of cash together, but would likely ensure the book was thrown at him, since the scale of his thefts created a serious risk to public safety. Quote, so he was collecting them instead of selling them for scrap? I don't get it. If it was for personal use, wouldn't a shower head be more effective? I don't follow. I can kind of see the desire to collect those things. Frankly, those things are a little cool. These crimes won't stop until businesses stop buying these kinds of metal. Since those are for protecting the community, I think he's facing more than theft charges. They're all basically the same thing. Does he enjoy comparing the stains on them? If he was planning on selling them, why didn't he already? People have all kinds of fetishes. We can't rule this out.
No.
Okay, I'm going to rule out sexual reasons for the sake of argument and guess that he was perhaps stockpiling them for a rainy day rather than trying to cash in on his thefts right away for some pocket change like the Hiroshima thief seems to have done. Stealing 81 fire hose nozzles in a year, causing an estimated 800,000 yen or $5,400 in damages, and making national headlines for it would make them hard to sell off right away. But wait a year or two until the heat dies down, and he could finally walk away scot-free with his big score of $200 or so in scrap brass and aluminum. It hardly seems worth what must have been a fair bit of work and risk to do. He could have gotten virtually any job, or even just sat on a corner with a paper cup, and he would have made more in a shorter span of time. So it seems like we can't eliminate the possibility that he was some kind of collector, thrill seeker, or fetishist after all. Why is there a link to each and every one of those? All right, here we go. Good night, old man. We're wrapping it up. The last article. There we go. She looked cocky, so I beat her up. High school girl arrested for brutal assault. A 16-year-old girl has been arrested in Niigata after viciously assaulting another teenage girl she didn't even know, leaving the victim with brain trauma and permanent hearing damage. The suspect admitted she beat the girl because she seemed cocky, a phrase that perfectly captures the collapse of discipline and order around Niigata Station, where youth crime has been surging. Police in Niigata have arrested a 16-year-old high school girl on suspicion of assault after she violently attacked another teen near Niigata Station's south exit in July, causing serious long-term injuries. According to investigators, the assault occurred on the night of July 24th when the suspect called out to the victim, despite having no personal acquaintance with her, and proceeded to punch her in the face multiple times. The beating caused the concussion, facial bruising requiring 2 weeks to heal, and a severe left ear hearing injury regarding 6 months of treatment. The motive? Police say the suspect was furious over what she considered cocky behavior toward a mutual acquaintance. In her own words, because her attitude was cocky, I beat and kicked her until she was totally beaten up. The incident came to light after the victim's parents contacted authorities. Police say the suspect forced the girl into multiple locations and attacked her repeatedly for several hours before letting her go. She has since confessed to the charges. This isn't an isolated case. Niigata Station's south exit has become a hotspot for youth crime, and reports of shoplifting, group assaults, and public disorder piling up. Between April and June 2025, emergency calls linked to the area increased by around 60 cases compared to the same period the year before. In July, a middle school boy was arrested for pushing an officer trying to break up a dispute, and a separate case saw a high school boy arrested for punching a stranger resting on a bench. The area had already faced controversy in 2023-2024 over skateboarding nuisances, leading Niigata City to revise ordinances and ramp up enforcement. Now, following this latest brutal assault, police have stepped up patrols around Niigata Station starting July 25th. Wow. High risk, no reward. Whoa. I will look, Mirage, because you brought it up, and we will just see if there's anything that stands out. What's up? Have you already looked?
Yeah.
Ha!
You gotta pick one. You gotta pick just one. And I'll just go with the first one.
No.
Coward.
Good night, everybody. No